Okay, members, you're all very welcome to the November meeting of the Planning Committee. First item on the agenda is apologies. I have Councillor McClahary.
Right. I was waiting to see if any other lights come on first. Councillor Irvine has definitely sent an apology. I'm not sure Councillor Rainey haven't been able to be in contact with him today. I know he doesn't like travelling on the bad weather.
He's online here, so he is, yeah. So we have Councillor Rainey, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Devine Gallagher and Councillor McGrath all online. Any other apologies at this point?
I'm online as well, Chair. Councillor Thompson.
Oh, sorry, and Councillor Thompson is online, yeah. That's okay. I think that's everyone accounted for. Thank you, members. Any declarations of interest? Item 2. Nobody indicating. Okay. And item 3 then is to sign the minutes and confidential minutes of the Planning Committee held 17th of September 25, and that has been done. And moving then on to item 4, which is to consider one file for decision by the Planning Committee, and that's paper A. And I'll ask Darren to take us through that application.
Okay, good afternoon, members. So a first application then is just a bit of a delay here. So the first application then is paper A, application number 1, LA10 2022-1039. It's a full application for housing development of 118 dwellings and associated ancillary works on the Carnelay Road in Fintona. The applicant then is Onyx Homes Limited. Recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 30 conditions. Just to provide an update to members, we do have comments back now from Shared Environmental Services, and they have replied and are content, but have requested an additional condition is added on to the paper. So the additional condition relates to the submission of a final construction environmental management plan. So that would be submitted to the council and agreed as part of the post-consent paperwork, just to resolve a few issues. So that's a standard condition that meets the tests of planning conditions. So officers would be recommending approval, subject to the 30 conditions in the report and the additional condition then suggested by SES. I'll just take you through some of the details, members. So the application, it's in Fintona. It's a large area of land, mostly zoned for housing, with a small area that's currently white land. The layout then is quality sustainable residential development within Fintona. Each house has good levels of private amenity space with a mix of house types and areas of public open space provided. There are 16 units which are wheelchair accessible, meeting the requirements of the plan, and there'll also be 12 units of affordable housing, which also meets the requirements of the plan. Consultees are all largely content, subject to conditions, and any issues have been resolved with them. As I say, SES are now back. There is one objection from a concerned resident nearby, and that's the impact upon the nearby properties is considered within the report, and the objection is not sustained, and there'll be no unacceptable effects upon the amenity of any neighbours. So the recommendation is to approve the layout. Roads have agreed the internal layout will all be adopted to private streets standards. The red area then shows the overall layout. You can see there's 3 entrances. There's 5 at the bottom and then a central one and then one at the top of the slide. Internally then, the plan is accompanied by a landscaping drawing which shows areas of landscaping and green space, and that'll soften the development. And then again, the other half then at the rear, the areas of public open space, so well broken up, and overall a quality residential development. House types then, there's a variety of house types and mixes, and good to see a number of bungalows included as well. And you can see those in the top right there, an image of the front elevation of the bungalow. Other properties then are typical 2-story detached and semi-detached houses with a very mix of sizes. So members, overall, the recommendation is to approve, subject to the 30 conditions in the report and the additional condition requested by SES.
Thank you. Thank you, Darren. We do have representation at this point via WebEx. Mr. Lee Ross, the agent, is available.
Hello, Chairman. I hope you can hear me there.
I can indeed. Yeah, you're very welcome. I suppose we have 10 minutes here, so if you want to go ahead in your own time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Chairman. Thank you, and hello, committee members. I'm sorry I'm not there today, but I'm just going to run you through a little bit about the character of the site and why this proposal is a positive and appropriate form of development. The application site sits on the northeastern side of Fintona, where the existing development patterns mainly defined by detached dwellings along the Carnley Road. Although this land has remained largely undeveloped for many years, it lies entirely within the settlement limit and has been earmarked for residential development in the Omagh area plan. In planning terms, it's exactly where the town is expected to grow. So the site is about 14 acres. It's made up of 6 field parcels, 2 roadside dwellings, and an area of equine stables. There's a mature line of tall trees that marks the northern boundary, a very distinctive line of trees along that boundary, and it forms a strong and natural edge to the settlement, and that will remain. The Carnley Road forms the eastern boundary of the site, and the internal field network is enclosed by hedgerows, and many of those are a little bit overgrown or gappy. The land varies in level. There's flatter areas to the north and a more pronounced hillock towards the centre of the site where those stables lie. So the plan places most of this land within residential zoning 5131, and there's a smaller portion in zoning 5132. One small field is whiteland, but all of those designations support housing development. And in more modern policy, the Omagh area plan and in the plan strategy, the SPPS and the RDS, there's a policy expectation which is to encourage the efficient use of urban land and provide well-designed, compact forms of growth and settlements. So in developing the scheme, we undertook a pre-application process that actually occurred during COVID, so we couldn't actually go out and meet the residents at that time, but we put a YouTube video up to explain the scheme, and then whenever we put in the planning application, we took account of the very small number of representations we got back from the public, but took care to make sure that there was no overlooking, and you'll see that in the officer's report, that isn't an issue. In developing a scheme, we have taken a lot of care in terms of the existing land form and the rural age character. The concept's based on a few key principles. I'll just run through those very briefly. So we're creating a strong green frontage along the Carnley Road. So the houses are generally set back a bit, and we're creating some greenery along the edge of the road to keep that rural character. We've used simple rural style architectural detailing which reflects the age of settlement setting. And we've created within the site green spaces at focal points throughout the area to give the scheme structure and to give it a sense of being broken up into smaller groups of housing. We've positioned detached units on prominent corners and elevated locations in the site, and in those more prominent areas along the main road. We have tried to use the historic field pattern to define the clusters of housing. So tried to give it that, to use that historic structure then to form the basis for how we've laid out the site itself. We've provided logical pedestrian connections between those clusters of development. There are 3 access points off Carnley Road, and the idea of that is to break up the overall scale of the development. So we could have had one main access and just provided all the housing off that, but we've broken it up a bit more, and that was encouraged by your own planning department, who we dealt with closely throughout the sort of the designing of the project. We've ensured that modern building standards are being applied throughout, so the homes are accessible, they're well insulated, and easy to maintain. So this approach produces a layout that integrates naturally with the surroundings. It reflects the character of the area. It ensures that a coherent new area of housing is created that will consolidate the urban form and provide new housing for the local rural community. There's, as Darren's just said, there are 12 affordable houses within the site. All of those are to wheelchair standard, and overall there's 16 units that are designed to wheelchair standard. So in summary, committee, this proposal brings forward long zoned land that respects the constraints and opportunities of the site, delivers a high quality residential environment for the town, and it meets modern policy requirements. It supports local housing need, and it contributes to sustainable growth in Fintona. I respectfully ask you members to support the recommendation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions at this point for the agent? Just an opportunity. I see you have your mic. Councillor McElduff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is a very good news story for Fintona, and I'm of a mind to propose, the adoption of this recommendation for approval. But before that, I just want to ask the agent, Mr. Ross, if just how can you assure us as planning committee members that you have overcome that one issue that was raised about overlooking, in respect of a neighbouring property? The planning officer has told us that has been overcome. You have told us that it has been overcome. What did you do by way of mitigation to achieve that outcome? If I could ask Les that question, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor, for that question. Yes. So the comment came from a resident who lives across the road from the site, and what they were concerned about the proximity of the dwellings to their property. But if you imagine the new houses face onto that property across, the main road there, if we call the road a main road. So there's a very good degree of separation already. And at that particular point, we actually have stepped the houses quite a bit back. I can't give you a figure for that, but there's a very good degree of separation between the proposed house and the detached house that's closest to it on the other side of the road. So it's basically, in terms of mitigation, it's just providing a good sense of separation. And we took on board what the resident said, and we tried to make sure that separation was as great as possible. There's no other thing that we can really do, because there's no, it's the houses face on, there's no back-to-back issue or overlooking issue really, Councillor.
Okay,
Thank you. Any further questions for the agent? Councillor Thompson online here. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Following on from Councillor McAduff's question to Mr. Ross there, and I know he made a proposal for the recommendations. I'll second the recommendations for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. We note that, and I suppose if we have no further, Councillor Rainey, go ahead. We still are allowing time at this juncture for any questions to the agent, just to be clear. Go ahead, Councillor Rainey.
I I appreciate that we're at the question item. However, if we have jumped that onto the decision, I just want to add my support to it. I know the location extra well. I'm a councillor for the area and I want to be associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rainey. And Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Liz. Darren mentioned 30 conditions. I suppose the main topic last week at the housing conference was sewage capacity. You know, is there a plan to or a date for that to happen? And will you be going into the local sewage network in that area? Just the other question is about SES. What's the hold up with that condition? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if that's a question for me, but I'm happy to answer it.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Ross, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. Yeah, there is capacity in the local network to connect this site. We have to extend an existing sewer link to the site, and that's something that's been investigated with NI Water over the last few years. So yeah, we're confident of being able to do that. I should have maybe said in the presentation that the idea is to get on site here pretty quickly as soon as we can get building control sorted out. And you know, the rate of build here would be anticipated to be somewhere between sort of 5 to 12 units per year over the next 10 or 12 years, I guess, to build this out. In terms of the SES condition, we're really thankful about the way that Darren brought the application forward, even in the absence of SES come back. It just speeds everybody up in the process. We noted that Darren has got that response back, and we're content to accept the condition that on the SES issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, members. No further questions for the agent. I'd ask everyone to lower their hands unless they have anything further to ask. Councillor Rainey, your hand's still raised there. Perfect. Thank you. And members, I'm going to move to decision then. I think we have a proposal. Sorry, Darren, did you want to speak at this point? Sorry.
No, members, really just wanted to just highlight that NI Water, as the agent said there, NI Water provided an updated response, and they recommend the application is approved with standard conditions, and those two conditions are included as condition 1 and 2 in the report. So they're approving and recommend approval of the application. Just in the comments as well too, it's not me bringing the applications to you today, it's the planning office. So I can't take any credit for that. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darren. And Councillor McAuliffe, you have proposed.
There is a great housing demand throughout our council area, and this will be very important for the social and economic vitality of Fintona. If we look at our own hierarchy of settlements, you know, you've got the two main towns, Omagh and Enniskillen, and then you've got 5 smaller towns, and Fintona is a growing town and doing very well on many fronts, including the sporting front, you know, which reflects vitality of a place, and educational front as well, good schools. So this is definitely good news. I'm reassured that if there is any loss of amenity to neighbours or privacy, that thankfully it's not a factor here. We are advised, and it has been looked at and things arranged suitably. It's good also to see that there's 12 affordable houses in the scheme and a significant number of wheelchair access houses, bungalows. We need that housing mix, you know, for an ageing population and for young families and for young couples, and so it's a real good development, and I just take it that it has been 3 years in the system. I see by the reference number there that it was 2022 when it first entered the system. So again, the huge amount of work in that. You know, if you go through the 26 pages of the report, there's a lot of diligence has been applied to this by our officers and by, you know, statutory bodies. So I'd like to thank them for that and just formally propose the adoption of the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely, councillor, and I'd agree with the sentiments there. It's perhaps a good example of working with our department, planning and consulting with the public as well, and as you say, a good mix of housing to meet the need. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Coming on again on this one, and I've heard everything and what our officer had said, what the agent has said, and it's all been tied up very, very nicely. So I'm happy to second the recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Councillor. So we have a proposal and it's been seconded, and are we all in agreement? All agreed, members? Okay, Darren's going to sum up here.
Okay, members, so the recommendation of officers was to approve planning permission for the reasons within the report and subject to the 30 conditions plus the additional condition then from Shared Environmental Services. The members have decided to grant permission subject to those conditions, including the Shared Environmental Services ones, an additional condition.
You, Darren. And moving on to item 5, and that's to consider 5 files for decision by the planning committee. That's paper B. And at this junction, with agreement of the committee, we do have DFA Roads in attendance for one of the applications, and I would propose that we would bring application number 5 forward, just to allow the DFA representative to leave after that application. So that would be application number 5, LA10 2024 1038F. That's the change of use and front extension and alteration of existing toilet blocks to form an apartment. So with your agreement, I'd like to bring that forward, as I say, just to facilitate Mr. Patrick Murray from DFA Roads, who is in attendance for any questions. He's online here via WebEx. So I'll just... Okay. You didn't want in there, Councillor McAuliffe? You're okay? No problem. I'll just ask Darren then to introduce the application.
Application number 5 then on paper B, LA10 2024 1038. So a full application for the proposed change of use and front extension and alterations of existing public toilets to form an apartment. The location is 4A Omer Road in Drumquin, and the applicant is L. Carlin. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 6 reasons. So I'll just take you through the details then, members. So on the screen you can see, I'm sure members know where this is. Just as you come into Drumquin, the toilet block then is on the right-hand side on the approach in. It's identified where the red arrow is. And you can see then on the right-hand side again another just image showing the location. And that's the building which is subject of the application. So formerly the public toilets. So the local context of where we are, so you can see this is the approach in to Drumquin, and you can see the houses then on the right hand side, the toilet block, and then additional buildings in immediately at the edge of the road almost, heading up towards the centre. So what's proposed then? So just go around the 4 elevations. So this will be the front elevation facing onto the public road. So you can see the former appearance will be changed with a new window and door put into the front of it, the side elevation then, the old doors that were on the side will be closed up, and that'll be a solid gable wall. So that's on one side. You then move around to the rear, and you can see there'll be patio sliding doors, and then there's 3 windows on the rear elevation facing into a small courtyard area. And you can see the proximity then to the walls either side of the 2 gables, to the left and right of the building. So internally then, you can see the entrance hall comes in off the public road or the public footpath into an entrance hall. On the left then is a living kitchen area. and then the sliding patio doors out to the back. On the right-hand side then is the single bedroom and the store with the shower, etc. in the middle. So currently there are doors, entrance doors either side on the gable ends. Those will be closed up, and the two gables then will be solid walls. So there's no openings on the gable walls at all. The only openings are in the front and the rear. As I say, the side elevation, then there'll be no openings on it at all. So just to go through the issues in the policy issues. So reason 1 and reason 5 relates to the parking that's proposed. So you can see from the plan the location of a car in front of the property, and then you have the building itself and the amenity space out the back. So the only place for a car to park is on that area in front of the existing building. The two reasons for refusal then are that the proposal then will unacceptably affect public safety, road safety, due to the visibility displays from that parking area, especially if you're looking at that image to the left. So the view then looking towards the village. So interests of fairness, members, because the argument is being made here that there was previous parking at the site. And this is a Google Street View image, 2023. You can see there is actually a car parked on it. So that is a material consideration and one to take into account today. In terms of the visibility displays, though, if you're coming out of the village along the red line, you can see the proximity of the building next door is right almost on the edge of the road. So visibility coming out there is extremely limited. So if we just come out of the village then towards the site, you can see the buildings along the edge of the road. And as we move along, that's the location then of where the car would be parked. So it would be parked on the left-hand side. Just to move on then to the other two reasons then, are in terms of the amenity space. So the proposal does provide an area of amenity space out the back, and also an area of bin stores. However, there's a large retaining wall at the back of the site. And due to the difference in levels, the proximity of that wall to the building, etc., there's planning officers consider that the proposal does not provide usable open space due to the lack of daylight and sunlight that we get in. So that's an image looking down the side elevation. So you can see the wall at the back of the building and the wall to the side of the building. And then just to look at the location then. So the rear area is at the east. And the sun then would rise in the east, run around to the south, and then set in the west. So the morning area might get some sun, but then once the sun traverses through the sky, the rear area then will be very dark, and there'll be limited sunlight coming into the rear area of the property. Again, just to show you the location of the building in the context to that large wall at the back. So you can see the proximity of the building to the wall, and the impact that'll have then upon the levels of sunlight that the property does get. And there's also a reason for refusal, number 4, HUU 07. So that policy relates and permits the change of use of buildings to flats and apartments where the buildings are over 150 square metres. In this case, the buildings are in 35.8 or so square metres. So it falls short of the 150 square metres that policy would require. Members, the recommendation then is to refuse for 6 reasons. And as I say, we do have an officer here from Roads to answer any questions in relation to parking or access that may arise.
Okay, thank you, Darren. At this juncture, we do have speaking rights being exercised on behalf of the applicant, and that's Mr. Lee Kennedy, the agent via WebEx. So, Mr. Kennedy, you're very welcome to address the planning committee. We have 10 minutes for this part of the meeting, and what I'll do is I'll flag you at around 9 minutes just to let you know that you can start to wrap up with that point. So just in your own time, you can go ahead there.
No problem, Chair. Chair, thank you. Members, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Lee Kennedy. I'm the planning consultant on this project. I'm here today to ask for your support and approval of this planning application. I reviewed the committee report in detail and wish to advance several key points demonstrating why this application should be approved. This is not a greenfield development. This is an existing building in the centre of Drumquin village. Its regeneration delivers clear community health and planning benefits. It is the reuse of an existing building located within the heart of the village. Its regeneration will remove a derelict and deteriorating building that has become a visual eyesore, increases residential amenity for adjacent residents, removes further risk of vandalism and antisocial activity, increases natural surveillance of the local area, removes an identified and asbestos risk, improves the appearance and character of the overall village, and replaces the derelict building with a residential use, offering ground floor accommodation for mobility restricted people. This building has been vacant for a long period. It's repeatedly been vandalised and has required the applicant to secure it multiple times. Regenerating the structure removes an ongoing blight from the local community and replaces it with a well-designed home for the local population, allowing them to remain within the village. This is exactly what our planning system encourages through the SPPS and the plan strategy. Reuse before new build, regeneration before dereliction. Members, this proposal improves the character and safety of the overall village. It does not impact upon it. Drumquin has a population of 532 people in the 2021 census. This is nearly doubled in 20 years. A significant increase in population with a strong demand for this form of accommodation. Under the local development plan strategy, the district's village and small settlements require 655 new homes over the plan period. The Northern Ireland Housing Executive waiting list figures for Drumquin in March 25 of this year indicate there's 18 applicants currently in need of housing in Drumquin. 12 of those applicants are in housing stress. This ground floor, one-bedroom apartment in the village centre provides exactly the type of accommodation needed for these people to remain in the village. This is precisely what the plan strategy encourages. Strong, vibrant, compact rural settlements supported by appropriate small-scale housing using existing buildings. The committee report suggests that the amenity space is not usable. With respect, this conclusion does not align with planning policy. Creating places requires 10 to 30 square metres of private or communal open space for one-bedroom units. The plans provide a secure, screened, directly accessible private garden with landscaping and bin storage fully integrated. There is no requirement in policy for full sun or south-facing orientation, particularly on small, urban, infill, brownfield redevelopment sites, exactly what we have here today. Importantly, the site is also located within an easy walking distance of substantial public open space, further supporting the overall residential environment. Members, the proposed amenity space is proportionate, usable, and fully policy compliant for an apartment of this scale. I note this development has also been refused on road safety. However, the existing lawful use of this building is a public toilet block. We estimate this building would have attracted around 40 users per day. This equates to 280 users per week, which would include HGV drivers, buses, vans, lorries, and passing motorists who would regularly pull into the lay-by to use the facilities. That is the benchmark figure against policy TR01 must be judged. By comparison, a single-storey, one-bedroom apartment in a village like Drumquin generates maybe 1 to 2 traffic movements per day, resulting in 7 to 14 traffic movements per week. This is a massive de-intensification in terms of activity, which creates betterment and improves road safety, not the opposite. The PSNI also confirmed that there has been no accidents within 50 metres of the application site in the past 5 years. Members, it's simply not credible to suggest that replacing a heavily used public toilet block with a single apartment will prejudice road safety over and above what existed there before. The committee report uses policy HOU 7 as a refusal reason on the grounds that the building is under 150 square metres. However, the case officer in the report acknowledged that HOU 7 relates to proposals for more than one flat. This proposal is for one flat only. Therefore, this refusal reason cannot be applied as it's a clear misapplication of the policy. To summarise and conclude, members, This is a brownfield redevelopment opportunity within the heart of the village. This is the regeneration of an existing building, not a new building. It aligns fully with planning and government policy, promoting the reuse of vacant buildings within settlements. It directly meets the housing needs of Clonquin, including those in housing stress. It provides policy compliant private amenity space consistent with creating places. It results in significant road safety betterment compared to the existing lawful use as a toilet block. The reliance on HOU 7 is incorrect and not applicable. The proposal brings a wide range of public benefits, including removal of asbestos, reduction of antisocial behaviour, regeneration of a dilapidated building, enhancement of the village character, and provides much needed small-scale residential accommodation. Members, there is no demonstrable harm created by this proposal, and the planning benefits outweigh the planning objections. And for these reasons, I ask you to approve this application today. Thank you for your time and won't accept any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Well within the time. Any questions for the agent at this juncture? Councillor McClahary.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Lee. One of the main reasons is the splays. Have you considered putting in any mitigations, bollards or anything like that there that could have increased or forced a vehicle to avail of wider splays rather than cutting it short at the end of the existing building? And had you talked to DFI about that?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we had looked at that issue, and I think first of all, the point to make is that this is an existing toilet block, and that we believe that there's going to be a de-intensification in terms of the usage. In terms of your question, yes, we did discuss it with the case officer. In terms of one of our submissions, we proposed to put bollards along the front to prevent any parking in front of the building, which would further make the vehicles park further on down within the lay-by, which would increase visibility display in both directions. But it wasn't accepted by road service, I understand, and the road service guy is here today. You can answer any other question on that matter. But it was put forward as an option.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? I don't see anyone indicating at this juncture, so I suppose I bring the contribution to a close then. Thank you, Lee, for addressing the committee. And I provide... Okay, thank you. Just an opportunity for our officer. Wish to say anything?
All members, happy to take any questions.
Okay, Councillor McElduff.
Just that last point that was teased out by Councillor McClahary. I was wondering, was the applicant, insisting on having parking in front of the apartment, but it seems to me that the agent is anticipating that there will not be parking at any stage in front of the apartment, and that could have been guaranteed. It seems to me as a layperson that with the bollards and all that type of thing, with physical actions. So I suppose it's in and around that area. If the main nuisance, menace provided here is parking and how it might impact other traffic, I thought it was a good point as well about the de-intensification of traffic movements, So I kind of was won over by the 280 per week versus a lower figure, Maybe Mr. Kennedy was given a really low figure. Maybe it could be twice that, or 3 times that, but it still would be considerably short of the traffic movements involved with toilet block usage, So I suppose those points need to be teased out a wee bit further, de-intensification of traffic movements and an acceptance on the part of the applicant that there would be no physical parking in front of the apartment, and is willing to put in physical barriers to that happening, And I suppose from layperson's point of view as well out there, you know, it seems to be a good reuse of a small structure, small house-like structure into a small apartment. Thank you. Just invite comments from.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If I could just go back just to show members now, just to be clear what's before you today. So the proposal is for the change of use of the building. And you can see on the slide there in front of you. So the building will be changed, fully changed over to a one-bed apartment. As part of that then, the proposal does include a proposed car parking space out the front. All right. Now, in terms of the application before you, the decision today will be based on providing one car parking space. Roads are here maybe, and if you want to ask them to sort of explain why you can't put bollards across and prevent the parking, I'm sure they could assist you with that and go through that with you. But as it stands today, the decision for members is the change of use of the apartment and the car parking space. Okay.
Okay, members, I will give DFA Roads an opportunity to come in. I'll just take one more question or comment from Councillor Mahan first. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like some more clarification around the reason for there. Just maybe not understand it correctly. That the proposal is contrary to the policy HOU 07. As the original property is not greater than 150 square metres. I just wonder if you can, because 150 square metres is about 1,600 square foot. So I'm just wondering where that comes into it, that it's not greater than 150 to start with. And maybe just explain where that is, Darren, because I suppose like a semi-detached house is like 900, 1,000 square foot. So I'm just trying to figure that out. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to clarify that. So the policy HOU 7 says the council will support development proposals for the conversion or change of use of an existing building to self-contained flats where it meets certain criteria. One of those criteria relates to the size of the building. So the building itself has to be over 150 square metres to be allowed to change into flats. So if you're below the 150, that policy would say you're not allowed to change into flats.
Thank you. And just wondering, the flats plural there, is that where the larger figure is coming from? This is from into one flat, not flats?
Yeah, so you'll note from the report, and I think the agent even referred to it as well, on page 12 there, the report does say the policy refers to more than one flat. It is plural, so it's change of use to flats. This is for a single flat, but the same principles apply. You know, this is for a flat. It's described as an apartment. To form an apartment, so the description of the proposal, the nature of the use, the layout, etc., all falls within the meaning of what we would consider to be a flat, and therefore that's why that policy is triggered. The decision for members today, though, is to balance everything in the round here, the plan as a whole, and you may consider that the regeneration, the revitalisation of the building, etc., all of those issues outweigh the failure to meet that bit of the policy.
Councillor McLahary.
I know both the agent and Darren have referred to this as a flat and an apartment, but it's a freestanding building, and some of us are old enough to remember when there was 2 up, 2 downs, not too far away from this building, and I mean, that's a 1-bedroom house, is it not, rather than a flat? And I mean, and if that's the case, then surely this doesn't apply to a 1-bedroom house. I'm sort of teasing that out, Darren. If we view this as a 1-bedroom house.
Ultimately, that's a decision for you members. The description, it does say apartment, but you can decide for yourselves how you wish to take that interpretation of that policy forward.
Okay, members, at this juncture, I think I would like to, invite our head of planning in, Paul McDermott. Go ahead, lead planner, sorry.
Members, I wouldn't get too focused. My advice wouldn't be to get too focused on that, because there's other policies within the plan strategy, such as housing and settlements, which is housing and settlements, but it also applies to single dwellings. So I wouldn't read too much on that, members. The policy applies, it's within the report, and I think it should be considered. Whether members give weight to other matters over this, that's a matter for members, but the policy definitely applies. Thank you, Chair.
And I'd also like at this juncture to invite Mr. Patrick Murray from DFA Roads, just in case there's anything he would like to add at this point, because I do appreciate he's in attendance at the meeting.
Thank you, Chairman, and hello, committee members. Just to reinforce a few points that was made. Sightlines, the minimum sightline as per DCAN 15 is 2 by 33 metres, which isn't achievable in the direction towards the village of Drumquin. Parking on this hard stand would ultimately restrict pedestrian movements, which would be contrary to TR01 land use and transport. As per points raised about the use of bollards, it would be DFA Road's opinion that the use of bollards would restrict pedestrian flow and safety, obstruct natural pathways and cause disruption in foot traffic. And I think that's just worth noting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Murray. There's an opportunity for any questions anyone would have for DFA Roads or our officers. Go ahead, Councillor McLahry.
Thank you. This is a junction I use 2 or 3 times a week, and I'm well aware of it. Immediately after the old toilet block, there's a footpath, and it would need to be a circus act to walk on it. So you have to cross the road. So I don't know how you can say that that's going to restrict pedestrian access unless they walk through buildings, they can't go much further anyway. This just means they have to cross the road a bit earlier. So I'm wondering how we can't come around that, and how actually bollarding in the part off to increase this force a vehicle to use the bigger splays wouldn't help. So I'm just looking sort of to expand on that. There's a picture of a vehicle there, and there seems to be room enough for pedestrians to get around it. So I'm just kind of wondering how we come to that decision, especially when it's a dead end. As far as I'm concerned, once you get past the toilet block, you're not going anywhere till you cross the road.
Making the point, Councillor, that the bollards are there to increase visibility for a car that has parked to come out. They're not necessary to stop parking. Go ahead there.
Well, I'm just thinking that if you put bollards there that the vehicle can't park, that it had to park further out countrywards out of Drumquin, then it would obviously increase display. I mean, there's a wall directly in front of them, so you can't increase display unless you knock the building down. So the only other way is to move further back and increase the angle. So as you're looking out, it's sort of a kind of a mathematical answer to a solid problem.
Thank you for clarity there. Thank you. Okay, members, any further questions at this point or comments? Councillor McElduff?
Yeah, I think ideally we would want to accommodate a dwelling. And I do take Councillor McLaughlин's point about flat or house, because if HOU 7 refers specifically to flats, apartments, then I was thinking, I was uncomfortable with the word apartment and flat for a single story unit. But I do take the point that we cannot, facilitate any diminution of road safety. So that's why I'm wondering, how can we square the circle here of ensuring that road safety concerns are fully respected, and at the same time achieve a unit here, but with public safety at the heart of it. That would be, I think it would be a planning gain. It'd be a planning gain for Drumquin if that toilet block could be transformed to a housing unit and accommodate, say, one person or whatever. These types of dwellings are needed. But again, how could we square the circle with not presenting any threat to road safety. That's my dilemma.
Any further indications to speak? Just if you're online, just raise your hand there and I'll probably let you in.
Can you see my hand up, Glenn?
I didn't. I see it now. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Devine Keller.
So we're concerned about a car being driving out of the parking. That's a concern. Is that a concern that they have? Is when a car pulls out, that there may be an accident? So across the road, then I'm thinking, so if we want the person that's driving out to have full view of what's going on, so you put your mirror across the road so that they can see better coming out. I think the fact that that it's been used so many times for cars coming in and out, it's, you know, it doesn't appear to be causing a problem. The footpath ends there, as many others have said. So I'm struggling to see a problem there. I'm just struggling there. Just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I suppose I might invite our DFA Roads representative back in, really, and I suppose you've heard what the members have said. There's certainly, I suppose I would ask if members were minded to find a resolution to approve the application, was there any mitigations that would address or offset the concerns that DFA Roads might have? There has been an idea proposed around strategic use of bollards that would, I suppose, force the parking further towards the country end of Drumquin, towards Drumore, I suppose, towards Omagh. Would that be helpful, and would that be, I suppose, acceptable, given that it may improve the sightlines? So I suppose this is a balancing act. I'd ask you to maybe come in and see what might work from a DFA point of view. Patrick?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I suppose it is a thing of getting a balance, but placing bollards in this area in front of the proposed application, if pedestrians were to cross from across the road, they may have to manoeuvre around these bollards to get onto a safe part of the footway. And to do that, that may not mean a straight across action. This could potentially cause a risk of a pedestrian in the road and cause an issue with road safety. And albeit there is still a restricted width footway towards the village of Drumquin on that side. I suppose that would be the opinion of Roads on the bollards.
Okay, and in respect of the restrictive footway, would you comment on the nature of that? Are people likely to cross in the other direction to avoid the footway, or what's the pattern of people approaching Drumquin from that direction? Do you want to comment on that, Patrick?
Yeah, I suppose it is more desirable to use a larger width footway, and there is that desire to cross the road at this point to continue on the journey. And as I've made the point of placing the bollards at this position here in front of the application site, this may cause a pedestrian to have to use more inconvenient crossing movement, which has the potential to cause a road safety issue. It would also restrict movements in pedestrians walking on the restricted footway side, as this could have the potential to push a pedestrian into the road. again causing an issue for road safety. Alternatively, parking is also an issue as well. I'm not sure where the alternative parking is for this, albeit if there isn't, can't see there being any here.
Just finally, I suppose there was another thing mentioned from Councillor Devine Gallagher there, the use of a mirror. Could that have any positive impact in respect of safety, or what's DFI's take on that? We do see them around the country, obviously, put up by residents, I assume.
Unfortunately, that's not something probably for us to comment on. It's not something that we would typically ask or request. As part of the planning application for DFI roads, you would require a clear sight line looking both ways for any vehicle coming from the proposal. And that would be DFI roads' views on it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Councillor Maguire, you're indicating here.
I'm having some difficulty with the discussion that's ensuing because, as we all know, we have to deal with the application that's in front of us. There's no merge in the application. There's no bollards in the application. There's very clear reasons for refusal for road safety. There's also indication that the living space is barely adequate. So in my opinion, instead of spending our time in the committee discussing what should have been prepared before it came to committee, I'm happy enough to propose the recommendations to refuse planning permission because I believe it's a totally inadequate living condition.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maguire. Any further questions or comments? Councillor McClahey, go ahead, sir.
I understand where Councillor Maguire is coming from, but is there, within our remit, is there a way we can send this back to work with the agent, the planners and DFI roads to see if there is an answer? I'm not quite convinced. I mean, the DFI representative says there's no parking there, but that's a dropped curb from the start of the Orlets practically till you get to the toilet block. Because I travel that road regularly. It's a dropped curb. There's regularly cars parked there on that side of the road. Pedestrians cross the road. I am a perfect human being. I'm 6'1". I'm 17 stone, and I would get it tight to walk on that bit of footpath that he's talking about. I'd either have to walk with my back to the wall or facing the wall, or else I'd have to walk with 1 foot on the road. So I can't understand you have to cross the road there, unless you're not a perfect human like me and you're a different size, but I definitely couldn't walk along it. So I'm wondering, is there a proposal within our, is it a hold perhaps, we give it back and allow planners and to see if we can overcome that road? I think the rest of it, it's not totally acceptable, but it is making use of a building that is a freestanding building, and it may not be to everybody's desire, but it is a accommodation of for one person, and it's right on the edge of the village, and I'm sure there's countless people that sort of property would suit, and for the regeneration purposes, I believe that if we had that one road one overcame, the rest of them, I believe we can pass them if that was an acceptable proposal.
Okay, so you would propose, would you favour a hold or a deferral? I know that a hold is for 2 weeks, but would the... I'll maybe ask our officers what they feel around a hold, because as I say, it's only 2 weeks and this is a debate we've had. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy just to comment on. I think if the members are going with the hold option, There are 6 reasons for refusal. If the members wish to put forward their views on the reasons for refusal, and if it only relates then to ultimately road safety is the sole issue that members are concerned about, we could use the hold option and give the applicant 2 weeks to try and resolve this. And if they can't resolve it, then the application would be refused purely on road safety. However, bear in mind, members, that there have been discussions with roads on this. The issues have been teased out. This is a decision for the committee today. Really, is this acceptable or not in terms of the road safety policies we have? So I don't see the hold option leading to any successful resolution of this, because roads have put forward their views. We've considered what the agent has said, so I don't see another avenue to go down, another opportunity. The idea of bollards sounds, like a solution, but roads will not agree to that on the footpath. So that's not an option for us today. The option for the council today is you have a proposal for change of use with 1 car parking space out the front. Is that acceptable or is it not really?
Go ahead, Councillor Feely.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I was going to second Councillor McCrory's proposal there, going on the regeneration and revitalisation of a vacant building in the town centre, but I'd be happy enough to second him.
Okay, members, we do have a proposal.
Sorry, Chair. Could I just confirm, members, so that hold option is on all 6 reasons for refusal? The opportunity is there, members, if you wish to say no, that it's not all 6 reasons, it's only the sole issue, reason 5, reason 1 and 5, which relate to public safety and road safety, and members are content that all the other issues shouldn't be included in that. Yeah.
Your members are satisfied that the other conditions are not of a concern. Yeah. So it's been held solely on the basis of the road safety.
Okay.
Members in agreement with that. So that's a proposal that has been seconded. If members are all in agreement. Councillor McGuire, dissent. Yeah. Okay, that's noted, Councillor.
Okay, members, so just to sum up then, so the recommendation was to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 6 reasons. Members have not agreed with the recommendation and have decided to hold the issuing of the decision notice for 2 weeks to explore alternative options as per the planning committee protocol, solely in relation to reason 1 and 5 only, with reasons 2, 3, 4 and 6 considered to be acceptable.
Thank you, Tarn. Okay, members, so we're returning to our agenda then and going to application number 1 on your agenda. And that's planning application LA10 2025-0494, an outline application. I'm going to ask Darren to introduce the application.
Okay, members, so paper B application 1, LA10 2025-0494, an outline application for proposed dwelling and domestic garage on the Omer Road in Drumquin. The applicant is J&M Mimna. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 reasons. Just to advise members, the proposal is for a house in the country, and the application was submitted under HU 13 as an infill opportunity, but following advice from planning officers that it didn't meet the policy requirements of HU 13, a case was made then that it meets HU 15, personal and domestic circumstances. The confidential information and report that's been sent to you sets out the personal case before you. But for the reasons listed, officers consider the application doesn't meet the personal and domestic circumstances policy. In addition, you also have the visual impact of a new dwelling on this site in that it fails to meet the various tests listed. I don't propose, members, in my presentation to go through the personal circumstances, but I know the agent later on may wish to do so and raise private and confidential information. So the proposed site then, members, you can see on the screen then the red line is a rectangular plot adjacent to the Omer Road. The additional land's in blue within the applicant's control. So just to show you the location then, roughly the position of that rectangle on the field, and you can see where the yellow star is. So the house will be sited roughly in the position of the yellow star. The red line then, put onto that aerial flyover image, you can see it's just a fairly large cutout of a rectangular plot, cut out of a larger field. There are no established boundaries to the left or the southern one there on the screen, and the applicants live in the house with the yellow star, which is identified there on the image. So as I say, it's just a site cut out of a larger field with the applicants living next door. So the applicant's property is a large 2-story house on a well-established curtilage. And if you just look more to the right then, members, you can see the house where the applicants live. The field then that they're applying for is just to the right-hand side of their boundary fence, the boundary hedge. And it's just in here, you can see then that's the field that they're looking to develop the new house on. So just some images, you can see then the wall running on the left-hand side down to the back of their established curtilage. So if you imagine a rectangular plot just cut out of that large field, creating 2 new boundaries to those 2 sides. Just then looking back towards the house, you can see then the field is on the right-hand side, and the proposed site. We'll just cut a square out of that field. Again, then just another image of the wider context. Further back then, as you approach towards the site, you can see then the field on the right-hand side, and the new house would be a roadside plot just cut out of the frontage of the field. Then this is over another road, looking across. You can see the field then and the proposed sites up adjacent to that wall. So just to go through the reasons for refusal, members. Reason 1 then relates to lack of integration and promise. And you can see the site then is an open plot with no sense of enclosure. There's no established boundaries to the 2 sides, and it's a new plot cut out of a larger field, which will rely on new landscaping to provide a sense of enclosure. In terms of reason 2, build up of development, create a ribbon of development. Again, you can see there's 2 existing properties there, number 1 and 2. So this would be a third one immediately beside it, creating a ribbon of 3 houses and 3 buildings, which then would be a build-up of development along the edge of the road. Reason 3 then is continuity HU 13. It's not an infill opportunity as it's not within a line of buildings. There's no other buildings over on the left-hand side along the Omer Road. There is a property then you can see there with a red arrow, but it accesses out onto the other road and doesn't form part of a substantial contingency built up frontage. The site's also an important visual break in the landscape. And as I say then, in terms of personal circumstances, HU 15, the applicants are living next door and wish to move into the proposed site for the reasons listed in the report. It's considered to be contrary to HU 15. Well, members, the 4 reasons for refusal: DO 3, DO 4, 5, HU 13 and HU 15.
We do have representation via WebEx by Mr. Joe McCormick, the agent, in support of the application. So at this point, I would ask Mr. McCormick if there's an intention to sort of discuss confidential matters. I believe there probably is. So in that case, we would go into confidential business for this part of the meeting.
Chair, planning committee members, planners and staff. I'm very
Sorry,
sure I can't.
Sorry, just a wee second there. I'm going to take a proposal to go into confidential at this point, and we'll then begin.
Chair.
I don't think it's really, well, okay.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And before Mr. McCormick comes in, I'll propose that we go into committee to deal with the bulk of this item. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And a seconder to go into committee. Councillor Feely. Okay, so you're very welcome, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you.
We're just going to
considered application LA 10-2025-0494 and agreed that the application would be held in accordance with the planning committee protocol. So that's a hold in terms of delegating the application back to the nominated planning officer for decision with no further recommendation to planning committee. An officer will hold the issuing of a decision for a period of 2 weeks to allow for discussion of potential alternative options and solutions with the applicant and the agent.
Councillor Maguire, had you proposed a comfort break? You're happy to propose a comfort break, and Councillor McLahary. So we're going for 15 minutes, so that's okay. So come back at 5 to 4 sharp. We'll get to see that a lot of the time, so may as well. We're going to make a start now and continuing on with application number 2. And that is LA 10 2025 0318. That's an outline. And I'm going to ask Darren to introduce the application.
Okay, members. So, paper B application number 2, LA 10 2025 0318. It's an outline application for proposed dwelling and domestic garage on the Coolkira Road in Drumquin. The applicant is S. Breslin. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons within the report and subject to the 4 reasons. So the proposal, members, for a new house on a farm business. There's an active and established business there and nothing's been sold off. However, the proposed site's not visually linked or grouped with an existing group of buildings on the farm, and it doesn't meet the exception test. The agent considers the site is clustered and consolidated and grouped, and his presentation is included where he seeks to demonstrate that. In addition, then, the site fails to meet the visual tests. Just to give you an update, that an email was received from the agent on the 13th of November, which was an email sent to him from the applicant on the 5th of October. So the applicant then in their email expresses disappointment that the application has been refused, believes that this is best site for a family to build a new house on. The field on the other side of the road is not favourable solution. It's greatly affected by farming activities.
Sorry, apologies, Darren. I just want to check if Councillor Rainey is present there. Just the camera isn't on. I just want to check that. Councillor Rainey,
He's still here, all right? Oh, I'm here, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I see you now, Councillor. Thank you. If you just keep the camera on there, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, members. So so the applicant expresses disappointment the application is being refused, believes this is the best site for a family to build a new house on. The field on the other side of the road is not a favourable solution. It's greatly affected by farming activities. This field gives direct access to a crush, health and safety risk to children and risk of accidents. The field is an integral part of the farm business. It backs onto the crush and adjoining slatted cattle shed, which contains slurry. Loss of the field is detrimental to the working farm. The site is close to the farm and would be affected by noise and odour impacts. Access is on to the busy Gully Road, and there are accidents in the past and health and safety issues with that. The proposed site, though, accesses onto the Coolkira Road and doesn't have any of these issues. Also states that the view that you can see the principal farmyard and dwelling from the site, and there's no question there's a linkage between the two. So say that's just received from the applicant, from the agent, on the 13th of November. So just to go through the details then, members, this is the farm business maps. Shows the land related to the farm business. So there are 3 of those. The site location plan then is on the screen, members. You can see the red line around the proposed site. So it includes land on either side of the Gilly Road. So there's an area to the north and an area to the south then. The area to the south has an annotation of a proposed dwelling and garage on it. And you can see that then in the zoomed in image on the right. On the top of the slide then you can see the principal farmyard is identified and the principal dwelling is also identified. So when we look then at where the location of the site is in relation to those principal farmhouse and principal farm buildings, you can see the location on the left then on the aerial flyover image. So it's over 200 meters separation distance between the two. Policy requires there to be the clustered and grouped and talks about visual linkage. So clarification then in 353 states visual linkage means the proposed dwelling will read with the buildings with little appreciation of any physical separation between them and been viewed from the surrounding vantage points. So it depends on careful siting and the degree of existing landscaping at the building group. So if we just look at the surrounding vantage points that the policy and the clarification refers to, you can see the site then is identified by the red arrow. The principal farmhouse and farm group are at the top, identified there in the slide. And you can see if you imagine you're roughly in the position of the yellow star and you're travelling along the road looking towards the site. And the farmhouse and farm group then will be over on your left-hand side with the site on the right. So as you travel along the Gilly Road, you approach just round the bend and you can see then the site then will be on the right-hand side. As we travel along, you can see then the red arrows, the approximate position of where the site will be. And just moving along then, you can see then over on the left are the farm buildings. And as you travel along the road, you can see then those farm buildings. Moving further along the road, you can see then the house starts to come into view. And you can see that there behind the Lelandy hedge. And that's the principal farmhouse. So then if we turn from the opposite direction, so you're up at the yellow star and you're looking back down the road towards the farmhouse, and the site then will be further along the left-hand side, and you're on the yellow, the red star is. So that's the view then as you come down the road. You can see the farmhouse on the right. The farm buildings then, the farm group is up to the right-hand side behind the farmhouse. And you can see up in that laneway is where the farm buildings are. The site then is further along the road, down on the left-hand side where the red arrow is. So we'll just travel down the road. If you travel on down, you can see then the site will come into view on the left-hand side. And that's the junction with the Kulkira Road. So the access will be down that road and come into the site. And that's just a view from Street View looking in onto the site. So in terms of the recommendation to refuse, members, you'll see then the reason one relates to the clustering. The site is not visually linked with the group of buildings on the farm. And therefore it doesn't meet the requirements of the policy. The case has been made that it's an exception to the policy. However, for the reasons listed within the report, officers consider that it's not an exception and doesn't meet the plan strategy. So you can see the reasons for refusal are, members, 4 reasons. The top 3 would be the visual issues, then, and the 4th one would be related to the principle of the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Darren. So we do have representation in respect to the application. So in person, we have Mr. David McKinley, the agent in support of the application. And also via WebEx, we have Ms. Sonia Breslin and the applicant in support of the application. So we have 10 minutes for this part of the meeting. So between yourselves, if you can attribute the time or divide the time appropriately, I will let you know when we reach 9 minutes, all right? And you can maybe wrap it up at that point. So we have a presentation here, no problem. I'll get that ready. All right.
Okay. I think it's Sonia's online, isn't she?
Yes. We are online.
Yes, perfect. Thank you, Chair and Committee, for allowing myself and the applicant an opportunity to speak and explain why this site is the only site available on our father's farm. Sonia is married a farmer from Armagh. They left and went to Switzerland and has worked there for quite a while. Her dad, Dan Breslin, has worked the farm from a child and is now ready for help. Dan is touching 70. It's coincided with the return of Sonia and her husband, who helps out when they are home on holidays. The application has been refused in 4 points. First point, policy DO3, as a proposal, so this is the recommendation for refusal, as a proposal does not link cluster, consolidate or group with existing established buildings. DO3 states that the proposed building should cluster with a group of buildings. It does not state at this stage, indicates that the building should be the farmyard, and that's important to note. We have clustered with the dwelling to the south, which is 57. Between it and our proposed site was actually ruins of an old building, but there's nothing there. It's just a few stones. So we've clustered with the dwelling to the south, approximately 100 metres away, and another farm almost 200 metres away to the south, not shown on the map, which is really elevated with farm buildings. The site to the south and the rear is number 27, Kulkira Road, and it sits approximately 5 to 6 metres higher than our site. And there's a garage and a dwelling at that location. As far as DO3 goes, I think we've met the criteria, but it does come into play with HOU 11. Contrary to refusal reason 2, contrary, and that's to do with DE4. The developed cannot be visually integrated into the surrounding landscape and would, if permitted, be a prominent feature. DO4 is in two parts, Part A and B. A, I live in the Gilly-Gooley Road. The road from which this development will be mostly viewed. The pattern of development is roadside developments, the entire length of the Omagh to Drumquin Road. This proposal is not unlike that, as it sits nicely into a mature site with strong tree boundaries to the rear and intermittent trees to the west. The only exposure this site has really is from the east, travelling to Drumquin. This proposal is for a simple story-and-a-half dwelling that will not look out of place and most certainly not be prominent. Let me go this way. So again, as Darren pointed out, the Gilly-Gooley Road, that's the principal farm dwelling on the right-hand side. The trees that you're reading, there's one in between the two fields that goes up to the site, but the site is just where I have the arrow pointed down in, and you will see parts of the dwelling. Parts of the dwelling you'll not see at all. My argument is that it's visually linked to that particular dwelling. Now, this is believe it or not, Culcura Road is a public road, and that's the view at the farmyard. There's a dwelling over in the middle of the trees, and that's the gate where the site currently will be proposed on your left-hand side where the ring feeders is. So there's a linkage there. Prominence DO5, refusal reason DO4 Part B. Prominence is a very strong word relative to this application. The application sits at the junction of the Culcura Road, which is this road, goes down to meet the Gilly-Gooley Road, with significant rise in land to the west and to the south. The site, i.e. at the junction that you're looking at down there, the road rises, if you turned around and went up the other way, that road would rise maybe 20 metres, 30 metres to the Culcura Road to the south, about 500 or 600 metres away. To the west and south, the site has strong boundaries on two sides. This site is not prominent in any respect. The Culcura Road rises from the junction of the Gilly-Gooley Road to the junction of the Culcura Road some 20 metres higher. The principal farm dwelling is literally on the roadside, as the photo indicates. This is a standard pattern of development on this particular road. Refusal reason 3 is DO5, prominence feature in the landscape. Well, we talked about that, and it sort of overlaps DEO4. But the point in the previous points is virtually the same, planning or refusing it on prominence. This is the pattern of development on the Gilly-Gooley Road, so we're respecting that pattern. It does not result in suburban style build-up, as we're clustering with an existing group of buildings, notably number 27 to the rear and the farmyard on top of the hill, further up the Culcura Road. Furthermore, we're not creating urban development. Reason 4 for refusal is HOU 11. The site is not visually linked or sited to cluster with an existing group of buildings. The Culcura Road is a link between the Culcura Road to the south and the Gilly-Gooley Road. It's got two dwellings on it and a farmyard. So it's a county road. I can quite clearly link the farm dwelling and the farmyard from that road. I understand what Darren's saying coming from Drumquin, working around a bend with rising land, and Dan, to be fair, has quite nice sculptured field boundaries, and it's difficult to read it. But there is a visual linkage from that point, and the one previous will. There's slight elevation of the gable there, but you will see the dwelling from that location. In fact, actually, I passed it today, and Dan has his hedge nicely trimmed, and you have a clear sight straight into the site now. So basically, we met all other criteria under HOU 11. This visual linkage and interpretation of it's unclear. However, everyone has their own interpretation. This office believes that visual linkage is a capture in one view of the site linked to a farm complex, irrespective of the distance. We've had this out before at our last committee meetings. There doesn't seem to be an issue in regards to distance, as long as you can visually link the two together. And I believe we've done that through one visual linkage. So you can physically see the farmyard from the vantage point. We've also indicated another view from the Gilly-Gooley Road, which is the previous one, with the principal farmhouse on the right, the site, and in the distance you will see parts of the dwelling at that point. So yes, we believe wholeheartedly we've complied with HOU 11. Furthermore, it states in HOU 11 that in all cases a new building must be located as close as possible to the existing group of buildings. That would indicate we could be a field away if necessary, which is exactly where we are. You will hear from Sonia and her concerns with regards to health and safety. We've also cited beside a small gated enclosure, which isn't a building associated to the farm, but is a necessary part of the farm enterprise to facilitate the collection of animals for testing and collection prior to moving to another field across the road. That's actually, you'll see it on the site plan. Oh gosh, I'm going the wrong way. Who do we see? There. That's it there. So that's at the back of the site. That's at the back of the site. And what that's used for is part of the farm enterprise, that he brings them from the field beyond into a gated enclosure, and he holds it there for to transport them onto. So it is important. And in conclusion, we've met with criteria DO3, 4, 5 and EQ 11 in more than one ways. We don't need to provide additional planting as there's plenty there, but we will at reserve matter stage to aid further integration of committee fields as needed. We would ask the committee to look favourably in this application and overturn the application to an approval. Let Sonia go there now.
Okay, go ahead, Sonia. We have just under 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Just maybe a bit closer to the microphone there, please.
Let's see. What about now? That better?
Yep, perfect.
Yep.
Great.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sonia Breslin and I'm the applicant. For me, this proposal is not simply about building a house, it's about enabling the continuation of a family farm and a rural way of life. With my sisters living elsewhere and my brother not wishing to take on the farm, my husband and I are the only ones in a position to help my father and maintain the land. Our chosen site allows us to do that without interfering with the farm operations, which is essential for the long-term sustainability of the farm. The field on the other side of the Gilly Road, favoured by the planners, is not a favourable solution for me. I feel that the amenity of a new house on that field would be greatly affected by the farm activities. Given that the field gives direct access to the farmyard via a crush, I feel there would be great health and safety risks to my son. There would always be the risk that he would wander unnoticed across a field into the farmyard. Excuse me. This side of the farmyard also houses the silage and slurry pit, bringing even more dangers. As a child, I remember my mother's constant worry about one of us getting injured, especially during busy times such as silage time, and I don't want that same level of worry for my family. I struggle to accept the risk of a farm accident and the detrimental impact it would have on my wider family, especially when there is another, more suitable site available. Furthermore, that field is an integral part of the farm business and is possibly the most used field on the farm. As
Just
mentioned,
1 minute remaining.
Taking part of this field for a house would arguably have a detrimental effect on the working of the farm and the existing use of the land. Given that my father often works alone and the farm has been designed to help facilitate that as much as possible, it's unacceptable to me to impact negatively on that. I also have issue with the access onto the main Gilly Road. Any access would be close to a bad corner of a busy road and has seen accidents in the past. This again raises my fears of the health and safety of my family. The requested site negated that risk by having us access onto the much less used Kilkira Road, and in fact would see access between the Kilkira Road and Gilly Road improved following the recommendation of road service for the benefit of all users. Standing in the requested site, I can clearly see the principal farmyard and the principal dwelling, as David has shown, and this site is frequently used by
Just
my
to
father and
advise,
his
we're at
business.
10 minutes now. If you could just wrap up in a second or two.
Okay, so I grew up on this farm with my family, and now having lived away from home for many years, I'm really keen for me and my family to return to the area and settle. I want to raise my son there and help my father as he gets older. I see this as an opportunity for rural sustainability through rural occupation, and I hope that we can somehow find a way to make this possible. I respectfully ask the committee to consider these material factors and allow us to return home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to provide an opportunity for anyone that has any questions for either the agent or the applicant to put those forward at this point. Councillor McElduff.
Questions for David. David talks about a pattern of development, roadside development in the Gilly area. Is he effectively saying, that reflects the character of that area? And then secondly, the visual linkage. Could David help us understand how this does cluster or visually link? Thank you.
The visual linkage, sorry, go to the second question first. The visual linkage is on the two photographs that I popped up. Oh, that's me. You don't want to see me. Maybe I can't get that back, can I? Anyway, the Kilkira Road is very important. It's a public road also. It's used quite often, not just for the two houses, but as a shortcut because there's quite a steep bit further towards Omagh. People tend to use the Kilkira Road. That's a public road. That photograph was standing at the gate of the access, more or less beside where the house is going to be, and you would clearly see the linkage of that in one view captured from the site to both the principal dwelling house and the farmyard. Now, granted, it's on the other side of the county road, but it's only one field away from literally one field away. And as policy HOU 11 states, get as close as possible to the farmyard. Doesn't mean to say you have to be in the farmyard. It says as close as possible, which gives us a little bit of room to move it about a snifter. The Gilligilly Road, yes, is probably will be the most viewed one, and I've attempted to show the principal farm dwelling, which is where the farm address is registered to, and the visual linkage between that and the site. And as usual, the photographs would have been taken probably more in the summer, and the hedge has grown up. Today, it was very visible. You could see right into the site. So I have every confidence that the two will read together. So we do have the visual linkage, and you can link between either the farmyard or the principal farm dwelling. That's common knowledge. I think there's no issue with that. The other question, I forget what it was now. Started with the second one. I forgot what the first one was.
They were both about the character of the area.
Yes, character.
called it a
Yes,
pattern of
roadside. Yes, roadside. It's sort of the nature. Nearly every house is on the edge of the Drumquin Road, especially when you're around the corner towards Drumquin. We got one approved for Mr. O'Kane just around the corner on the edge of the public road, beside his father's house on the edge of the public road, and go beyond that another 200 yards. There's houses again on the just roadside development. So it's not unusual. It's a sort of, that's the particular type of pattern of development, and we're not creating anything unusual by doing that. So I think it's acceptable as far as that goes. Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions in the chamber online? Councillor Maguire, go ahead.
I'm going to carry just a question for David. In the list of reasons for refusal, you'll see refusal 4, Part B. Our planners are of the opinion that there are alternative sites. Did yourself or the applicant engage with planners to exhaust the opportunities for an alternative site, Dave?
The only site, as I was aware, was the one on the opposite side of the road. I have a concern with that, and that's where the red line extended to the far side of the road. We'd looked at that again. Listen, as of last week, there was another car in the hedge, just literally in the corner to the left-hand side of the site. And Sonia has concerns, and she raised it, that if she was to access that site, we would need to take maybe 120, 130, 140 metre visibility display to get right round on the corner, so you can clearly see they come from Drumquin at a hell of a rate. And that was her concern, that she sort of talked that one down, that she would have concerns driving in and out of the access. That's the only reason we'd done that. We had other sites I looked at with her initially, and they weren't as well integrated as this particular proposal. It allowed continuing efficiency use of the farm, that they could still use the gated access behind the dwelling, and that still gives access to complete accessibility to the farm. Sonia mentioned about the slurry tank, and that's at the side of the sort of the working farmyard where we're planning thought there was an alternative site. But that's the only discussion we had was on that one particular site. There's no opportunity for a pad on this, unfortunately. I think it's only 2 and upwards, or a pan. You can only deal with it through conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions at all for the agent or the applicant? Just quickly on the agricultural aspect, safety, the other side of the road, the site, the alternative that isn't favoured by the applicant, that provides like an access to the farmyard. Was it through a cattle crush, or does it come quite close there? Or
it was a series of gates that literally allowed him to capture the animals.
Yes.
The Kilkeel Road's a public road. It's not a building as such, but it is an enclosure for holding as part of his agricultural facilities. So he can manage cattle. When he's working at them himself, he can bring them in, feed them, and collect them and move them on if he has to. So that's still remaining. That'll be still part of it. There's an area of the new water main runs between that then and the back of the house. So I had to protect that, and that's why the house was pushed further forward, which actually benefited us because it's pushing it more out into open view from the principal farmhouse. If that makes sense. So giving us a better visual linkage to the site.
Yep. No problem. Oh, I don't see anyone else indicating, so I would thank you both for speaking to the committee. You can return to your seat, David. And I would invite our planning officer, Darren, any comments you wish to make? Go ahead, Darren.
Members, happy to take any questions, but just a comment really on the information you've just heard. You're familiar now with HUU 11 and the policy test within that. In terms of the refusal reasons, you have 1, 2, and 3, which really relate to the visual tests. Number 4 then is the farm dwelling on a farm business. When you look at the dwelling on a farm business, the policy says there's 3 real tests that you have to demonstrate initially. It's a new farm business which is currently active and established for a minimum of 6 years. They meet that. Nothing has been sold off. They meet that as well. The next test then, the next question for you members is the site for the new dwelling visually linked or clustered with an established group of buildings on the farm holding? If you consider the answer to that is yes, then you meet HUU 11. If you consider you don't meet that bit of the policy, so you're not visually linked or sited to cluster, then you have to give the consideration to the issues the applicant really was raising in her speaking rights there about health and safety, the farming, amenity issues, all of those things. So when you're exploring this application and considering it, the first question is the new site for the new dwelling visually linked or clustered with those farm buildings? If it's not, you then consider those additional issues. If it is, it meets HUU 11. Okay.
Thank you, Darren. Councillor Feely, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to David and Sonia for the presentation. And I've been looking at this here, and I'm looking at the pictures here that David put up on his presentation of the principal farmyard and the principal dwelling and the site there. Well, in my opinion, I think it is visually linked. You're looking straight over at it there from where the house is going to be built, and you can see. And when these photographs was taken, there was leaves on the trees, and I know there'll be no leaves on them now. So you'd see it more now. So I would be proposing that we would be going against the officer recommendation and approving planning permission because I think that it is visually linked. If that's good enough for Darren, maybe it's not, but that's what I'd be proposing.
Oh, that's the member's decision to say. As long as you give sound and clear reasons why you think that is, and that's fine. Just in relation to the sort of the second and third reason, so the lack of integration and prominence, if you wish to give a comment on that,
Well, I think it's good enough personally myself, because there's hedges there, and I'll be proposing on that because I think it is visually linked.
So you consider the site is integrated and it's not prominent because of the landscaping and topography?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Feely. Councillor Devine Gallagher, sorry, your hand is raised there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just Darren, just a question. I think that the agent had talked about seasonal change in Darren. So if the seasons change, would that make any difference when the seasons change? Just thought I'd ask that question.
A long time ago, a long-standing councillor told me there's no winter planning policy and no summer planning policy. So that's the approach I take, members. You imagine the site at its best. So can you see it during the winter time? If you can't during the summertime because of the leaves, but you'll see it in the winter, it still meets the policy. So yes, we would take it into account.
That answer your queries, Councillor? Councillor Mahan.
You, Chair, and thank you to everybody so far. I'd like to agree with Councillor Feely. I think it will integrate there into the countryside, and in my view is quite clearly linked there between the principal farmyard and the principal dwelling that's existing there, and it would sit nicely in there, so I'd like to second his proposal.
Okay, thank you,
For approval.
councillor. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Mahan got on there before me. Well, he's in the chamber, I'm not, and that's fair. I just want to agree with Councillor Feely's remarks there, and followed by Councillor Mahan. And I think the agent and Mr. McKinley and Sonia gave us a good presentation there. And I'm happy enough to support that we go against the officers on this occasion and go for an approval. Thank you.
Okay, councillor, and I can assure you, you only get in before you because I seen him first. I know some councillors prefer give precedence to the chamber, but I kind of just don't let technology be a barrier. So, Councillor Rainey, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm very happy as well, and happy to go with the proposal and the seconder on this occasion.
Okay, thank you, members. So we have a proposal by Councillor Feely, seconded by Councillor Mahan, that we go contrary to the officers and we approve the application. Are we all in agreement? Sorry, just a wee second here. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And members, I just want to clarify that we do not refuse any engagement on single dwellings. The pad service that we provide costed from 2 dwellings up, but we would, if anyone came looking to engage, they look for alternative sites, we would not be turning them away, members. So the facility and the service is there if anyone wants to come in contact. So it's just to make sure that that's clear, members. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Arnie. And members all in agreement? Okay,
Agreed,
I'll ask Darren to sum up. Thank you.
Okay, members, so the recommendation of officers was to refuse planning permission for the reasons within the report and subject to the 4 reasons. Members do not agree with the recommendation and have decided to grant planning approval. In relation to conditions, members, if I could ask for the power to attach those, is just delegated back to officers. There'll be the standard conditions. I think it was mentioned of a 1.5 story house, so we liaise with the applicant as we do now in other applications and agree those beforehand.
Happy to be proposed there, Councillor Feely. Second, Councillor Mahan. Yeah. Thank you. And moving on, members, then. Go ahead, Councillor Maguire.
I was just looking at the photograph here. I remember in previous applications, we used to get meters, distance from buildings and stuff. Did we make a conscious decision not to do that, or is it just doesn't appear on this? Because I'd be, mindful of the distance from the application site to the buildings, it may have helped with the decision making.
I don't remember making a decision. Sorry, we'll put them on the next slides. The next one actually has those included. The agent has included it, but certainly we can put those on from now on and give you those. That's okay.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to application number 3, that's LA 10 2025 07440. And Darren's going to introduce that outline on application.
So paper B, application 3, LA 10 2025 0744, an outline application, proposed off-site replacement and detached domestic garage in Dewcrock Road for M&L Bradley. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed in the report and subject to the 4 reasons. So just take you through. Members will be aware of the policy, HUE 08, rural replacement dwellings. So the council will support.
Just to advise, we don't see the screens at present. Oh, the display just...
That's perfect, Chair. Apologize for that. Yeah. So I'll just say, members, so the application is application number 3, LA 10 2025 0744. So just to go through the policy then is HUE 08, rural replacement dwellings. So the council will support the replacement of an existing dwelling where all the following criteria are met. And there are the 4 criteria, A, B, C, and D. So what's before you today is to replace an existing dwelling off-site. This is the site location plan, and you can see the lands in blue then are the lands within the control of the applicant. The site then is identified in red, and the building to be replaced is in green. So just to zoom in a bit closer on those elements of the application. So you can see the dwelling to replace is shaded green, number 35. The red line of the application site then is a rectangular shaped plot up along the public road. Additional lands then in the control of the applicant in blue. So that's the dwelling to be replaced, so no issue with that. It is proposed to retain it as a store, so it's not actually being demolished, but the issue really relates then, members, to the off-site location. So the site of the existing dwelling is identified in green. The off-site replacement then is up approximately where the yellow star is on the screen. You can see that on the top of the slide. So the application is accompanied by a site concept plan, and the site address does relate to this location. So you can see the location of the proposed house. In relation to the separation distance from the existing property, you can see there's around 150 metres between the location of the new building and the existing dwelling to be replaced. So how does that fit out then? An aerial image then, if you can see the red rectangle, shows the location of the dwelling to be replaced in the group of existing established buildings. They're accessed by a private laneway down onto the public road. The location of the proposed dwelling then is approximately in the position of that red rectangle. So it's a road frontage plot adjacent to the public road. As I say, separation distance between the two is 150 metres. In terms of reason for refusal, the reason 2 and 3, the proposed development cannot be visually integrated into the surrounding landscape and would be a prominent feature. So the proposed plan shows the site curtilage then in green, and you can see then the aerial flyover image shows the existing field. So what's really proposed is just to cut a corner out of the front of the field and create a new curtilage, and a new dwelling will be sited within that. The internal field boundaries then do not have any established boundaries, and there's no means of separating the site from the rest of the field, the wider field. There is a boundary along the northeastern side of that aerial flyover image, and a boundary along the road frontage. And again, these are some Google Street View images, so you can see the boundary along the northeastern there is a good boundary. And then along the road frontage, there's the existing hedge, which is set back and largely can be retained. However, there's no established boundaries to the internal field and no way of separating the proposed site from the wider field. So it lacks a sense of enclosure and would be prominent in the landscape. In terms of the HOU 08 policy, the site is not within the curtilage of the original building. The alternative location is not in a position nearby, and there's no demonstrable benefit in the off-site location. And the replacement dwelling would have a visual impact significantly greater than the existing dwelling. So you can see, as I say, the location of the existing building there at 35 and 150 metres away, so it fails to meet those policies. The off-site location is permitted though where there's demonstrable benefit. So this is the aerial flyover image of the location of the site, and you can see the house and the existing farm buildings around there. The case is being made that there's a demonstrable benefit from the off-site location to get away from the farm group. However, the farm group's within the control of the applicant. They're the owners of it. They rent it out, so they have control of the uses of the building. The actual uses as well do not appear to give rise to any significant odours or amenities. So there'll be no demonstrable benefit to going off-site, and no real reason why a new dwelling couldn't be replaced in the existing curtilage of the existing house. An issue has been made in relation to the laneway serving the house, and that it's within the fluvial floodplain. So this is not the pluvial, which is the rivers policy. This is fluvial. So whenever it rains, in periods of heavy rainfall, the lane will be affected by surface water flooding along the area of Pink. So you can see the red line coming in off the public road. There's a red arrow. So that's okay. The black arrow then is an area which is within the surface water flooded area. And then the red arrow again is an area that's outside up to the location. You can see around the farm group and around the existing dwelling, there are a number of sites and fields there which are not affected by surface water flooding. So for the reasons listed within the report, the recommendation is to refuse planning permission for those 4 reasons. 1 is the visual cluster and consolidation. 2 and 3 then are the visual policies, and 4 then relate to the rural replacement policies.
Okay, thanks, Darren. And we have representation in support of the application. So I would invite Mr. Eugene Corrigan, the agent, forward to my left, and also Mr. L. Bradley. So M and L Bradley, the applicant, also in support of the application. So we have 10 minutes. Just come right forward here. That's okay. Speaker 1, 2, and 3. And just in your own time, I suppose, if you can allocate the time accordingly, we have 10 minutes, so I'll let you know when we reach 9 minutes anyway. And just in your own time, just introduce yourself before you speak if you can. Thank you. Yeah. There you go, Eugene. Sorry.
Hello, members. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you today. Beside me is Lisa and Martin, the applicant. They might have a few words to say after me and are available to answer any questions you might have. Lisa is applying for permission to replace her family home. This is where Lisa was born and reared, and she now owns the farm and lives in the farmhouse. It is an old house that needs replaced. In short, the planners have agreed in principle to the replacement of this dwelling, but they have not agreed to the proposed location of it. You can see on our location map where we propose to locate the new dwelling, site outlined in red. This is not negotiable for the applicant. We don't mean to be flippant about this when we say this. It is just that nowhere else on their land is suitable. You can see the location of the existing dwelling coloured green. This is where Lisa and Martin currently live. It is in the centre of the farmyard and farm buildings. As they are not involved in the farm business anymore, it is not convenient for them to live in the centre of it, nor is it safe with the everyday movement of heavy vehicles and animals. The existing laneway accessing the house frequently floods, as do most of the fields between the house and the public road. The corner field we have identified for the site is the only field that does not flood. In my original conversations with the planning case officer upon submission of the application, it was suggested to me that there are other sites on the farm that may be suitable. I have identified these on the location map as A, B, and C. Whilst they appear to be suitable sites on paper, upon further investigation they are not. All three of these options are in very wet, soft ground and frequently flood. All of these options would be accessed by the existing laneway. This laneway is constantly flooding and is not suitable for everyday cars. For this reason, Lisa and Martin would like to be in a roadside location with no long laneway to be constantly maintaining. As you all know, planning applications in the Fermanagh district area are assessed using the Local Development Plan 2030 plan strategy. Within this plan strategy, applications for all development are assessed using policies DE01, DE02, 03, 04, 05 and SP01. And additionally, rural replacement dwellings are assessed under policy HOU 08. The planning department have agreed that this application complies with DE01 and DE02, but they are refusing it under DE03, 04, 05 and SP01. How do we get this up to the next slide there, Darren? Is it? Sorry? Look on the other way. Very slow, is it? Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Strategic Policy SP01 is displayed on the screen in its entirety. It reads, "The Council will permit development proposals which further sustainable development and promote measures to mitigate and adapt to climate change, and which have regard to the local development plan and other material considerations. Unless the proposed development will cause demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance, in such cases planning permission should be refused." In my opinion, we are complying with policy SP01 in that this application seeks to replace an old, inefficient dwelling with a new, highly insulated and low-carbon dwelling house. This is an application which promotes sustainable design principles, with the end result being a dwelling that reduces its impact on the environment and helping to mitigate against climate change. By developing in a location away from the known surface water flooding area, we are not intensifying the risk in the flood zones. To build in areas A, B or C would surely have further detrimental harm to the environment by increasing this surface water and pushing it into other areas. In my eyes, these alternative sites would not comply with SP01. By building where we proposed, this is a measure that mitigates against and adapts to climate change. Additionally, as per SP01, our proposal does not cause demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance. Slide 3 is a snippet taken from the online strategic flood map for Northern Ireland. This is not a map drawn up by me. This is an online live map produced by the Department for Infrastructure. The purple highlighted areas indicate areas liable to surface water flooding. As I have already stated and evidenced here, a large portion of the laneway and the fields between the house and the public road are susceptible to flooding. Indeed, Martin here is fed up with trying to clear the laneway, and at times it is difficult to access the house without using a tractor. This is only going to get worse over time with the increased amount of storms and heavy rainfall at all times of the year now. The planner's report states that the flooding issue is seasonal, but I think we all know that flooding is an issue at all times of the year. The planners are refusing under policy DEO3, stating that the proposed development must cluster, consolidate and group with existing established buildings in the countryside. This is not always achievable when applied to replacement dwellings, as the house to be replaced may be an isolated building. And when viewed from the road, the proposal does cluster with the existing buildings. Furthermore, policy DEO3 states that policy HOU08 will be used when assessing a replacement dwelling application. Policy HOU08 states that the replacement dwelling is located within the curtilage surrounding the original dwelling. Exceptionally, an alternative location in a nearby position may be acceptable where there is demonstrable benefit in doing so. I think we have already indicated the demonstrable benefit in this case. That is the fact that we are avoiding building in areas that flood. The planner's report states that a new laneway can be constructed and that the flood water can be dealt with. But we have indicated that there's an alternative to that, and it surely is a demonstrable benefit. The policy clarification for policy HOU08 written in the plan strategy in paragraph 3.39 says, demonstrable benefits include the protection of interests of acknowledged importance and enabling relocation away from a floodplain. It does not say that surface water flooding is not included in any list of demonstrable benefits. In fact, there is no list of examples of demonstrable benefits. The only example it does give is flooding. So therefore, I think it can be interpreted to be applicable in this instance. Policies DEO4 and DEO5 deal with integration and design and rural character. Basically, what we know is that a replacement dwelling here is acceptable. The question in this matter is where we can locate the dwelling. The planners have agreed that the dwelling can be replaced, and we know it can be outside the existing curtilage. But they say that where we have proposed to locate it is too far away from the existing location. You can see in my aerial photograph that the separation distance is approximately 150 metres. We have addressed the reasons for the separation distance. By the way, there is no stated maximum separation distance in this policy. It merely says nearby. In modern times, it is not always feasible to cluster a new dwelling directly adjacent to existing agricultural buildings where there would be conflict with working machinery, housing and moving of animals and slurry tanks. Cattle are kept in the existing buildings and are moved through the yard surrounding the existing dwelling and through the existing lane. To locate a dwelling immediately beside the farm buildings and working farmyard whilst not being involved with the farm would not be acceptable. And to expect a new laneway to be constructed is of no planning benefit. So clearly, it would not be possible to cluster a new dwelling so close with the existing farm buildings. In the photograph, you can see a view of the proposed bungalow from approximately 250 metres south of the site. You can see the bungalow superimposed onto the field on the right-hand side. As you can see, it sits in well and uses the mature hedge boundaries immediately to the north and west of the site for integration. It also benefits from the topography of the land. This is the only public aspect view of the site. The dwelling will come into vision from about 300 metres away and will disappear again when you get within 100 metres due to the high roadside hedge. This hedge does not need to be removed for sightlines, as it is well set back from the road. The second photograph is from the same place. You can see the existing dwelling to be replaced on the right-hand side of the photo, so you can see the proposal does visually link with the existing buildings.
Just 1 minute there.
Yep. The existing dwelling is visible for a longer stretch of the road, so it is arguably more prominent than the proposal. In the next picture, as you can see, the bungalow disappears behind the hedge when you're getting closer. Again, it's a high hedge, it's well set back, so no removal required for sightlines. And again, this is taken at the site frontage, right in front of the house, so there's fantastic integration there. The last photo is taken looking back after you've passed the house, travelling north. The dwelling will not be visible at all, or at least very well integrated. In fact, if you're travelling south along Ducrock Road, the dwelling will be barely noticeable at all. Finally, an extract from the plan strategy which challenges us to design sustainable development. Our proposal seeks to address and mitigate against flooding potential of this development. It eliminates the need for a new 150 metres long laneway. It brings the new house up to the roadside, reducing the carbon footprint of the development. We're happy to take any questions you might have, and I'm happy to flick back through the slides if you want to take another look. Thank you. Lisa, do you want to say a word or two?
Thank you. Well, I would just say we're at 10 minutes and 30 seconds nearly approaching, but what I could do is maybe invite any questions. If there's an opportunity, then maybe there'll be an opportunity to work
blame the technology here, just
to work. Well, that is true. Yeah, to work what you wanted to say in there. Councillor Freely, go ahead. Sorry.
And thanks for that, Eugene. And you did partially answer some of my question in your presentation. And I take it that Martin and Lisa, that the land is rented out, and whatever farm has it taken? Does he keep cattle there in them sheds during the whole winter? And like, would they be driving in and out with tractors around bales? And is any of them sheds a slurry? Is there a tank in it? Would there be slurry tankers and people mixing slurry and fumes and all that associated with slurry? And you mentioned about the flooding, and flooding doesn't always happen in the winter time. Maybe during the summer, or if you had a thundery shower there, like we do occasionally have now with the kind of weather we're getting, after half an hour of a thunderstorm, would the lane or the face flood also? Just with them two.
Thank you, Councillor. Lisa, do you want to answer any of that?
Yes, well, with some.
Sorry, go ahead there. Sorry.
Thank you. Sometimes now when there does be heavy rain, we definitely have a lot of issues with flooding on the lane, you know. And because myself and my husband, we don't farm, and it's just, it's difficult living like this where I'm from, and we love being there, but it's just, we just want our wee corner, you know.
Yeah. So the farm is active, you know, so there's constantly machinery on it, and there is cattle and slurry there. So, you know, just to answer that question, yeah. You all right?
Okay, thank you. Any further questions at all for the applicant or agent? I don't see anybody indicating. Go ahead, Councillor McLahary.
Yeah. As a planning committee, we regularly have farmers in looking to modernise sheds, and I'm looking at these sheds here, and they're like a lot of my own sheds. They're very, very dated. Looking at the fields, it looks as though the silage has been cut, but there's no evidence of a silo pit or round bales stored on site, so that means they're coming. But for many modern farmers, their machinery wouldn't access them sheds, they simply wouldn't use them. So is it not an option to simply say you're getting the grass but you're not getting the sheds? I don't know, whilst I can see you have reasons why you want to move to another site, and it's your preferred site, we have a planning policy, and we need to have a reason to see why it needs to go there. It's a replacement dwelling, which is replacing a dwelling that's there. Why can't that farmyard why can't you put the tenant out of the farmyard and just simply put your replacement house there then without having a farmyard around it?
Yeah. Well, you would still be located in the very centre of the farm, you know, in the farmyard. So if that's where the new house was going, you're still going to be stuck in the middle of that. And whilst that was one of the reasons, the farming activity, it wasn't the main reason. The main reason was the demonstrable harm that the flooding is causing in this site. So they're having to drive through a lane that constantly floods, And the fields then that were offered up as alternatives flood as well, and you have to use the same lane to access those alternatives. So the main reason was not to have to use that lane, you know, and you're on a roadside site, so you're away from the farm and the activities in the farm, but you're also away from having to mitigate against all the flooding issues and all the additional works that are required for that. So I think that's a demonstrable reason, which which the policy asks for. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. And Councillor Devine Gallagher online. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The flooding, so all sites have been looked at. All the sites that are available to you are flooding, bar the one that you are putting in today. So we're constantly trying to not have houses where there's flooding. So the evidence, from a lot of evidence there to support that the land that you do have, most of it is flooding. So just wanted to just say that again. So the evidence, yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any further indications then while we have that going ahead, Councillor Reddick?
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, and appreciate maybe you haven't got the sort of figures, but that is a present day projection of the flooding as given today. But we all know climate change is sort of getting worse. So there is a possibility that is the least amount of flooding that you could expect on that site.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, the online mapping system allows you to add on additional climate change, sort of prospective additional flooding over climate change. That is included in that. But again, that I don't know how long that extends for, so how often that map is updated. So again, for the lifespan of this house, it's going to be, updated again further.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No further questions at this point, I don't believe. In that case, I would thank you both. Thank you all for coming to speak to the committee and invite you back to the gallery.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. And we'll maybe provide an opportunity for Darren to make any comment he might want to make. Go ahead, Darren.
Yeah, quite a few things there. Members, just I'd like to comment on the first one, just about the site being, not negotiable. So what's before you is what we have to determine today, which is disappointing because there are alternatives in there that do meet all the policy tests. But in relation to the flooding issue, members, so I'll just go back to the flood maps because I'll use the agent's drawing actually. So you can see, members, the flood map there. That is the climate change flood map. That's fluvial flooding. Our plan policy allows people to build in that pink area. So if they were applying for a new house in that pink area, we would approve it as a council. There's no issue with new development in that pink area. It's different for fluvial, which is the rivers. That's a no-no. But the pink area, you can, and we have as a council, before this committee as well, approved new houses in those pink areas. So the idea of developing in the pink area is acceptable. The idea of carrying out mitigation works to alleviate surface water flooding, again, is all acceptable, and our plan strategy permits that. So the demonstrable benefit here is not related to surface water flooding, because that can be resolved very easily. In terms then of the off-site location and what the demonstrable harm is in that, the planning policy and failure to comply with planning policy is by itself a demonstrable harm. Our policy has been written, our plan strategy has been through the public inquiry and has been adopted, and it sets out the way the council will manage growth in our council area. Failure to meet that is a demonstrable harm. In terms then of the other issues, the alternative sites that would be available are not stuck in the middle of the farm group. There's plenty of room around there to get a good separation distance. There was a comment last month about the 75-metre rule, getting away from third-party houses and things like that there. Easily achievable around this farm group, which is unusual in this case, which the farm group is actually owned by the applicant, so they have control of it. So it's not a third-party farm group. So really, when you look at the rural replacement policy, what it's aiming to do, and all of those issues, members, there's a fundamental disagreement with the comments being made, and we as planning officers would really be cautious about the approach in this application, because this will be used on other applications and be brought back. It doesn't set a precedent, but we have a consistent approach of decision making. Other applicants have asked these same questions, and planning officers have said, sorry, those sites don't work, and given reasons why. In this case here, the same issues all arise. So there's a consistency of approach needed, members.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McLahry.
Yeah, more advice and asking. The proposed site, and thank you, Darren, for the explanation around the flood. I was going to ask on that, but you've cleared that up for me. The aerial photograph of the proposed site, there's some anomalies in the ground which dry weather brings up. So I'm wondering how is the historic buildings, is there any input with them into this field? Because with those circles, there's circles there that you can clearly see in the aerial photograph. I don't know what they are, I'm not an expert, but I've seen barrows and satellites, graves, Neolithic and bronze, and that's sitting in the middle of that field as well. So I'm just wondering, is there any input from them when it comes to planning? Or is there any restrictions we could put on whenever, if somebody was to get plan permission and they were to start excavating and things then become, will there be somebody, can we put a restriction that could be in case there is something in that field?
So whenever an application is being considered by planners, they look at the historical map viewers that the Department for Communities provides, and that gives information on areas of archaeological interest, RAS, all those things. And there's no issues here in this site at all. If there is something discovered later on that the people aren't aware of, that is protected anyway under the Department for Communities sort of legislation, but it wouldn't be a reason, and there is, in this case, there's no reason to go off-site because of heritage issues.
Councillor Devine Geller, you had your hand raised, but it is now lowered. Are you happy enough? Happy enough? Okay. Councillor McElduff, go ahead.
Chair. I suppose my question for Darren or the team is nearby and, 150 metres. Is there a precedent where an off-site replacement has been granted which would be at a distance of 150 metres? Is there any precedent? Because you talked about consistency and precedence. So, nearby is a very elastic term, isn't it? It's not very prescriptive.
So in terms of precedent, I know Philip has his views on precedent and has given me advice on that. And really the word precedent is to be avoided. What it is and what we're here to do is make consistent decisions. It's going to be virtually impossible to get two sites the same. So that's why a precedent is really, really difficult. But consistency of approach is a reasonable thing and thing we do every day. In terms of the location of replacement dwellings off-site, I don't know any myself that have been 150 metres away, but there may have been, but there'll be a reason for that. In this case here, there isn't a reason to go 150 metres away. Plus, it's as far away as you can get from the farm group because they don't own any of the land further away. So there are sites closer to the group that would work and would meet the policy. But as I say, the applicant unfortunately has said it's not negotiable.
Go ahead.
Do you see the pink area that you detailed? You said it's perfectly legitimate to build in the pink area. Is that pink area susceptible to flooding, of one type?
So the pink on the the flood maps that DFI Rivers produced, the pink areas are fluvial, so it's surface water. So in periods of heavy rain, that's where the water would gather. And our plan policy does allow you to develop in those. It's the flooding areas. So if you're beside a river and the river floods, that's the ones you cannot develop in. There are some exceptions, but by and large, they're the ones you can't. As I say, the pink areas, we as a committee and the council have approved houses in areas where they are pink.
Sorry, go ahead, our lead planner, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, it is just the supports Darren view members. There's two different types of floodplain. So the floodplain, which we restrict housing development within, is policy FLD01. Surface water is dealt with under a separate policy. And normally what we would get and what the policy requires then is a drainage assessment. And the drainage assessment will assess what the surface water flooding is, and it'll propose mitigation, which then will be put in place to avoid the surface water flooding. So there are no applications refused where their surface water flooding is an issue. They're always resolved through a drainage assessment. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Maguire.
Yeah, Chair. Having listened to the discussion on the complexities of this particular application, I'm minded to propose a hold on this and allow for further discussion between the officers and the applicant and the agent. For us to make any other decision is quite difficult, so I'm happy enough to propose a hold, Chair.
With respect, this is your decision, members. In terms of the hold option, there really is nothing more to discuss. As I say, the speaking rights started off that this is not negotiable. So I don't think going back and trying to negotiate is going to resolve anything here. It's decision time, unfortunately.
You have made a proposal there, Councillor Maguire. Councillor O'Reilly.
Yeah, Chair, I'm going to second that. While at least the initial comment was that it wasn't negotiable, it is now at a point where it may be negotiable. So I'm happy to second, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And I'm going to go to Councillor Devine Gallagher here.
Darren, just so, is there any sites that are available that are not near the farming buildings? Was there any? Did you think there was any that would be available that weren't near the farming buildings?
It depends, Councillor, much like the previous question, what do you mean by near? There are sites that would be reasonably expected to group and visually link with those farm buildings, and the house would visually link with the existing farmhouse, etc. That would be near, yes. So there are alternatives here that could be explored and could work if there was a willingness to do that. But as I say, I don't think there is.
Yes, we have a proposal and we have a seconder for the hold on the application. Is members all in agreement? All in agreement, okay. So I'll ask Darren to sum up, Darren.
Okay, members, so the recommendation of officers was to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 reasons. Members have decided to hold the application in accordance with our planning committee protocol. So the application will be delegated back to officers for decision with no further recommendation to the planning committee. Officers will hold the issuing of the decision for a period of 2 weeks to allow discussion of potential alternative options or solutions with the applicant or agent.
Okay, thank you, Darren. So application number 4 then, members, is LA 10 2024 10260. And Darren's going to introduce this outline application first. Yeah.
Sorry, paper B application number 4, LA 10 2024 1026. An outline application for a proposed infill site for dwelling and garage on the Initiative Road. The applicant then is P. McCallan. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 3 reasons. In terms of the application then, members, just to go through. So the red line then is the application site, and you can see it's adjacent to the public road. The land to the left of the red line then you can see outlined in blue, and that includes land then within the control of the applicant. So the application then has been submitted under HU 13 as an infill opportunity. So when you look at the development along the Initiative Road, so you can see there, members, and when you look at the flyover image or the maps, you can see there is a significant amount of development along the Initiative Road From the red line in the top left at number 11, you then have number 11, 13, there's a gap then of 15, 23 then is a house, 25, 27, the application site then, and on down then to the two sites then beside the yellow line. So that, and I think the agent and applicant would agree, that is sort of the buildings that are along this part of the road that would be considered to be within the frontage. So if we just go through those and explore those, so if we, the site is you can see there the red star is the application site. So if you're further along the road looking up at number 23, that's the access into number 23. So we then move along the road. That's looking towards number 25 and 27, two bungalows. And the application site then is further along the road. Again, that's just turned around looking back at 25 and 27. And the application site will be along the road to the left. That then is a building that's located on a small plot adjacent to the application site. So you can see the red stars where the site is, and the blue line then is an arrow pointing into that location. And that's the view then, if you just turn slightly and look back down the road, you can see those buildings 25 and 27. 23 then is tucked in round and up off the road. So just going back up the road, you can see then 27 and 25. And the small building then is in that plot then beside the big trees. And moving along again, just looking back on yourself. So the 25 and 27 are further down the road to the right. You then the small plot where the block building is in, and our application site is on the left. So you can see the red star then identifies the location of the site. So it's just behind that large tree, that's the field. Again, just swinging around to the left to look more into the site. And then that's just a view looking in from the road into the application site. If you turn yourself around then, 180 degrees, and you're looking back the opposite direction then, so the site's on your right-hand side and you're looking back down the road to number 33A and number 33. That large two-story house, you can see the gable there, is number 33A. 33 then is further along the road. If you just come back slightly, you can see then, members, there is a significant rise in the landscape and the topography between the 33A and the application site there, with the land then falling down on the other side of it. So that's you looking back then towards 33A and 33. So remember to say the application is as proposed as an infill. So what you're filling in is the gap between the existing buildings. So the two existing buildings either side of the site, or you can see them there, number 33A. And then you have the block built building in the top left, or to the left of the red star. So it's about 137 or so meters between those two buildings, and that's what the policy then is talking about infilling. When you look then at the plot sizes around you, they're really the ones that are key are 25, 27 on the application site to the left, where there's a small plot in the block building. So you're talking 37 meters, 23, 24. The site of the frontage of the field is around 60. So it's that context you're looking at. There was a comment earlier about the settlement pattern and character. So that would be the settlement pattern and character. Road frontage plots sitting adjacent to the road. You then have the site is the red star. And you can see then there's a field then, or there's a plot then to the right-hand side, which is about 54 meters. And then you have 33A, which is about 57 meters. So when you look at all of that and you analyse all that, members, and you put your plot sizes and the rough position or rough size of a new dwelling in relation to existing dwellings on the plot, you can see that there's room for more than two dwellings on the plot. So the site's not a small gap within a substantially and continuously built up frontage due to the separation between the groups of buildings along the road. It's an important visual break, and development then would link that all together and erode the rural character of the area. So just to go through this other reason for refusal about visual integration. The site's not visually integrated and be prominent and obtrusive. Again, you can see lack of integration and prominence when assessed from the critical views. And then as I say, in terms of the infill policy, it's not a small gap within a substantially and continuously built up frontage. So there's no substantially and continuously built up frontage because of the topography of the land and the orientation of the roads breaks it all up. The site's an important visual break between the buildings and would add to a ribbon of development. So in terms then of the the visual break. You can see the two groups really of two groups of buildings at the moment. They're outlined in red roughly just for a good guide. So you can see 23, 25 and 27 on the small block building would be in one group to the left. And then you have 33 and 33A are further down the road. When you're there, it's not possible to see 33A and 27 together. You can't read it as a line of buildings, which is what the policy is talking about. The judgment from the courts, it's very clear that the policy and the aim of the policy is where the character is already destroyed and you're infilling that with another dwelling, and it doesn't change the character of the area. In this case here, because the two groups are not visually linked together, you would be changing the character and creating one big long line of buildings from 33 right the way along to 23 and then on around 11 and 13. So reasons for refusal, members, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4. Reason 4 really repeats reason 1, members. So there are 3 reasons that are 3 issues: DO5, DO4 and HU 13.
Okay, thank you, Darren. We do have representation from Mr. Brendan Johns, planning consultant in support of the application. So Brendan is online and we have 10 minutes for this, Brendan. So just when you're ready, you can go ahead and I will let you know when we've reached 9 minutes.
So thank you very much, Chair. Just before we start, it was pointed out on the map by Darren there that the front garden of number 33, which had been left out of the photograph, is in fact the frontage of number 33. So it's not just an ordinary open site; it's the frontage of 33, just for reference. So as we start off, Chair, this proposal is located in the rural area, and under the new council plan strategy falls to be assessed under HU 13, rounding off and infilling. So in assessing applications for rural dwellings, it is important to avoid sporadic one-off developments, and both the RDS and the SPPS are emphatic in that the policy approach must be to cluster, consolidate and group new development with established buildings. Now, this is an area of countryside that is not considered to be of significant visual quality. It's not within the Sperrins AONB or any other designation of landscape quality. It is necessary, therefore, to examine the quality of the local landscape and the pattern of development within. The plan strategy and the Landscape Quality Character 2000 publication in their wind energy strategy shows that this site lies within the Carrickmore Hills, and it's designated an area that is described as suitable for small-scale wind farms that we know are dominant in any landscape. It also comments that the topography is such that turbines can be partially screened in it. It would be fair to say that if the local landscape is capable of accommodating small wind farms, then we would contend that a modest rural dwelling could easily be accommodated in the landscape, especially when it nestles into an existing pattern of development, comprising a group of existing buildings in an area of low scenic and visual quality. Clearly, the pattern of development along this side of the public road is mainly linear style development, comprising 7 buildings, with a further 2 dwellings located on the opposite side of the road. The proposed site is located between the 7 existing buildings on the south side of the road and clearly represents an infill opportunity that will have little detrimental visual impact on the surrounding landscape. The aerial photograph that we've shown up for this meeting clearly shows the site centrally located within an existing cluster of buildings, mostly in linear fashion along this public road, and all within their defined curtilage. And that's what brings me there again to number 33, and its defined curtilage has a road frontage right adjoining the site. It clearly lies within a substantial and built-up frontage as defined in policy. The site frontage and depth are comparable to others within the cluster. Planners state in their refusal reason that the site provides an important visual break, but in their assessment of the application, they concede that there is no definition of visual break in policy. They refer to planning guidance called Building on Tradition, which comments that as a general rule of thumb, gap sites within a continuous built-up frontage exceeding the local average plot width may be considered to constitute an important visual break. And I emphasise may, it doesn't say shall or will. They also reference a Duff judgment in which it says it is a matter of common sense that the larger the site, the more likely it is to offer an important visual break. But since we don't know in what context that stated judgment was made, nor the size of the site in question, we should consider this current site on its own merits, and rather than rely on a one-off judgment. So we should rely on the planning guidance for building on tradition that specifically relates to the local average plot width. As can be seen from the submitted drone aerial taken recently, we would contend that the plot width mirrors the average plot width of the existing cluster of development, including the dwelling on the opposite side of the road. In fact, at a push, the site could probably accommodate 2 dwellings. But this site does not contain any natural features of significant visual value. So to describe this field as an important visual break is stretching it a bit, particularly in an area that is relatively built up and with a huge quarry and a few fields away. As a matter of note, it would appear that these tough judgments were handed down on applications that were assessed under the previous PPS 21 and not the Council's new plan strategy, and that I'm led to believe that Mr Duff lost more cases than he won. From the above, we would contend that the refusal reason 3, with reference to HO 13, cannot be sustained. In relation to refusal reason 1, DEO 5 rural character, we have already established the site is located within a hilly area of no significant visual quality, an area that contains a group of nine buildings, an area that has been accepted as suitable for small wind farms, and has a very large concrete works within a close distance. Basically, an area of countryside that has had its character already eroded over time. The site lies within a line of 7 existing buildings and will not create or add to a ribbon of development. It could hardly be described as being unduly prominent in the countryside if small wind farms can be acceptable in the local landscape. It can be absorbed into a cluster of existing buildings through rounding off. Consolidation will not significantly alter the existing character or visually intrude into the open countryside. It fits perfectly into strategic policy, which states that the approach must be to cluster, consolidate and group. So we would suggest that refusal reason 1 couldn't be sustained. Refusal reason 2 deals mainly with DEO2 integration. And again, as previously mentioned, a modest style rural dwelling will nestle between the existing line of 7 buildings and their curtilage and into an area that is capable of absorbing another dwelling without having any significant adverse impact on the visual amenity of this rural housing group. The proposed site benefits from existing vegetation along both sides, and this will be augmented by additional planting within the approved site and behind the required sightlines. A modest dwelling can be absorbed into the existing group and not have an adverse visual impact on the already changed landscape. The local topography and curvature of the Initiative Road will restrict views of the site from either direction, read with the existing group of buildings, and the proposed dwelling nestling within that group will not appear prominent or obtrusive in the landscape. So just to conclude by suggesting that the reasons for refusal cannot be sustained and that the proposal meets the new policy tests and could be approved. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brendan. Well within the time. Maybe you can just mute your microphone there. I would invite any questions for the agent here, if anyone has any questions at this point. Go ahead, Councillor McElduff.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be as familiar with that area initiative as Brendan would be there in the way he outlines it. You know, I'd be on it a couple of times a week. That Initiative Road, I know it very, very well. I'm drawn to Brendan's point where he said the site is large enough to accommodate a dwelling and create a visual break. Did you say that, Brendan? Or did I imagine it?
No, Councillor, no. What I was saying was that the site could take the house and just continue the line of development.
Yeah.
That would be the whole idea of the infill, would be to close up any break.
Yeah, Yeah, because that would be my understanding. I would almost expect to see a house in that location, you know, coming from Galbally or coming from the Carrickmore side, the way it is built up, the way the bends are, the topography, I can see it right now. I would expect that, you know, to that completeness to be achieved. I would almost expect there to be a house there. So I'll just leave it that for now.
Thank you. Any other questions for or comments? Brendan, you made a point at the start. I think I'm clear on it, but it's the front garden. You're saying that there's the access to the dwelling there, and I think the point you're making is that that reduces the gap effectively because the front garden extends right down to the road. Is that the point you're making? So it's a smaller gap?
That's right, Chair, yes. I mean, if that house and that's its curtilage along the road frontage, that's not a site as such. It's the gentleman's front garden, basically. So if you're looking at the aerial there, that the site frontages then merge then with the proposed site, and then the buildings on the right hand side as you're looking at the aerial complete the ribbon, basically.
Okay, thank you. Roisin, Councillor Devine Geller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit like Barry. I'm looking at this here, and it just looks like it's the field's missing the house. It all looks all very nice in there. So no, I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Any further questions at this point? We still have the agent available in this part of the meeting, and we don't have the agent available after this part of the meeting. So any further questions for Brendan at this point? No, there's not. Okay, Councillor Devine Geller, you go again.
Yeah, just are you saying that the two houses couldn't fit in there? Is that what you're saying?
Is that referring to me, Councillor?
Yes, yes.
No, it's just that the application is for a single dwelling. I was just speculating that because of the frontages, they're quite long in this particular area. So it was just that we were saying that it's capable of taking one, and at a push, you know, the applicant could have maybe applied for two, but that's just the way it is. It's just for a single dwelling.
Thank you. Okay, members, any further questions? I don't see anyone indicating, so I would thank Mr. Johns for the presentation, and we'll move on to our next section. I'll ask Darren if he has any comments to make.
Yeah, members, I think there was a comment earlier about why measurements weren't included on drawings. So, and I note there wasn't any included in the presentation, but I'll go back to mine, members, because that's an important material consideration. So, the first thing is to look at the plot sizes of the buildings nearby, and you can see those. If you look at those roughly, they're 37, 24, 25, and then our site's about 61, and then you move across 54 and then 57. You can clearly see from the judgment, and yes, except it wasn't on our plan policy, and the report clearly says that, but it was related to infilling policy, which links back to the SPPS, and there isn't a significant difference between the policies that were considered at that appeal judgment and our current application and our current plan strategy. The key question is, how many houses can you fit in the gap in regards to local character? And for me, it's a fairly straightforward test. You know, if you look and measure the length of the houses nearby, look at their plot widths, and drop those onto the gap, how many can you fit in the gap? And you can clearly easily fit two in the application site and one in the garden as it is of that house nearby. Might be the garden, but it's not his garden as such, in that he has a large area of garden around his house. So there's every prospect that you could develop that for another house, and that would be 3 along the road frontage. So our policy only allows 2. You're not squeezing those on irrationally or trying to squeeze it, you know, in and make them look as though they don't fit in. The 3 plots of that size would fit into the character of the area is the first issue. The second one, members, just to go back again to the grouping. When you're on the ground, and the drone image is very good because it gives you a flyover image of what it'll look like from a drone, but we as planners in the council look at it on the ground. And when you're on the ground, you see 33, and when you're seeing 33 and 33, you don't see 27 because of the topography and the slope. I'm sure the members know it well. The road undulates, goes up and down, the topography. You don't see, they don't read as a group, they don't read as a line of buildings along the road, which is what the policy is saying we can fill in. So just to be clear, members, in terms of the policy, the policy is filling in the gap between the buildings, and that's the important policy test.
Thank you, Darren. Any questions to Darren or any of our officers here? Councillor, sorry, I'm going to bring in Philip here just this juncture. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, just whilst we're at the comment stage, but given that there was some mention of the Duff judgment and some comments in relation to that made by the agent, obviously members, as Darren said earlier on, as a council planning committee, we work on the basis of our decisions being consistent and not a precedent. A Court of Appeal decision is a completely different beast. A Court of Appeal decision is, of course, a highly significant precedent, and one must be highly cognizant of advice and information that is given in a Court of Appeal judgment. Members, we do know the context of that judgment because it is set out in detail in the judgment. And it was dealing specifically in paragraph 43 of that judgment. So there's references to plot widths of 46 metres, 54 metres, 68 metres, and then a gap with a frontage width of 111 metres. And that was what the court was being critical of in relation to that. So as I say, this judgment, Court of Appeal judgment, we do have the detail in relation to it, and it is something that we need to be cognizant of in terms of the way in which it says we should interpret issues such as substantially continuously built up frontage.
Thank you, Philip. And Councillor Devine Gallagher, you wanted in? Go ahead there.
Thank you, Chair. Darren, you see there, the slide there with the potential, the two houses, the two blocks, and the potential one that could be in the front garden. Is that right, Darren? The one in the front garden. So the land, there's a house on it, and then at the bottom of the garden, you're saying there's a potential that somebody could build a house in that front part of the garden. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the slide there, Councillor, you're referring to? That's yeah.
Yeah, so you could just 3 blocks, so the two houses there are, you're saying that going to that. The one beside that, you're saying there's a potential that somebody could build a house in the front of that garden. Is that what you're saying? Is that what, when you were saying that?
Yeah, so in terms of the 2 rectangles in the application site, and then there's the 1 rectangle on its own, that, if I show you the aerial image, actually, maybe I can get that for you. That would be in the green area of the house at the back. Maybe the agent has it. So that's, sorry, apologies, Councillors. That's a photograph there of the green area they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see it is a landscape area where the grass is cut. The house then is further along the lane and at the back. So the question of practically and physically, can you put a house onto that site? Yes, you can, without any difficulty. Whether the applicant or the owner of that would ever want to do that, that's up to them. But we as a council must determine the infill policy in accordance with the language that it's used and written, and that's infilling the gaps in the buildings.
Yeah, and
that's the gap in the buildings, 137. Those are 2 buildings either side of your application site. How many houses can you reasonably fit in that gap, having regard to the local plot widths and characteristics of it? And as I say, for the reasons stated, 3 is very easily achievable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Councillor McLahry.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if I could direct this question to Philip.
I think you can, yeah. Work away, no problem.
Philip, Councillor Devine Gallagher has sort of gone over some of the distances there, but what I'm sort of trying to get to, what is the core basics of that Duff decision on distances? because we're looking at with one of 61 meters, and then with a laneway, which is obviously field access. Then we have 54 meters, but it's not really, because you're never going to give your lane up, or you're going to have to need access to your house. You're talking about 30, 35 meters. So we're talking 90, 95 meters maybe. And did they sort of say, well, every 35 meters is a house, or every 30 meters? Did they make a specific rule, or is it the usual, in my opinion, and it might be, and it could be considered, and that sort of thing? Is there, it's whether it's a shall or a must, is that?
Yeah, so, I mean, the judgment certainly does not turn around and say that a gap is 35 metres or anything of that nature. It certainly doesn't say that. There is discussion about building on tradition, which is the document that's been referred to in relation to that. It does specifically say in the judgment that the guidance and policy documents should not be used as a scientific formula designed to produce a firm result. But it then does go on to say, however, the mathematical indicators provided in the guidance do have value because they seek to focus attention on the relative proportions of the visual elements within a rural landscape, and to clarify how these proportions relate to each other to provide the visual impression that a landscape is continuously developed in a way that suits an urban space or is less developed as appropriate for rural landscapes. So that's that issue of consistency, if you like, within that. So, and that's the point that Darren is making in relation to this, that, you know, you've got those gap sites, you've got those frontages for those individual houses of 33, 34, it's roughly to the one side of the site. And then on the other side of the site, you've got the site, which is roughly 50, I think, meters is the figure. I don't have it just directly in front of me.
54 and 57 for the next
54 and 57. Now, the point that members need to consider in relation to this, and I'm straying into planning policy within your LDP rather than strict legal issues in relation to it, but it is important to consider how the new LDP for Fermanagh and Omagh District Council is worded. And it refers to a gap in relation to, I'll just get the exact wording here so
Thank you, Philip.
Confusion in relation to it. It says infilling will be permitted within a line of buildings where the proposal is a small gap suitable. Now, the point that has been taken, and I think is significant in relation to this, that Darren's making in relation to this, is that number 33 doesn't fall within that line of buildings. Because number 33 is set back, your line of buildings goes from the previous house and then goes to 33A is the next house in the line of buildings along the road. And that therefore creates the extended gap. And that's the issue that members here have to sort of turn their mind to here today, as to whether or not that issue at 33's garden forms part of the gap or not, and how you're going to interpret your policy in relation to that as you go forward in the future.
Thank you, Philip. You've made that, what can be very, very muddy, reasonably clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McElduff.
Yeah. Just to say again, you know, local knowledge of the area. I was drawn to Brenton's point as well about it's an area where there are wind farms. It's an area where there's significant quarry. And just on the point of, is it a lane or is it not a lane? You know, is that up for interpretation? Because as you're driving along and you're looking at the houses on that side of the road, you would look at the lane, you would look at the house that's set back. It's like it's like beads in that sense, you know. So, I mean, I just think that if we can interpret the lane, the description of a lane, I could easily interpret that lane to fit the circumstances of the Initiative Road at that location.
Thank you. Can I just ask Philip, sorry, you mentioned about being relative, I think, in the judgment. Was there a gap of 119 metres? I think it was, and I'm just wondering, you know, to get it into my head, I suppose, if it's relative, we're talking about the proportion of site widths to the gap. So obviously, the fact there was 119 meters of a gap there, that meant that there was a bigger challenge to overcome in terms of being proportional. Whereas I suppose if a gap of 80 meters, the bar is lowered slightly. So is that what we're meant to interpret from that? That it's relative, and that doesn't take away from your point, Councillor McAuliffe, that if you believe that house 33 rather than 33A, that shortens the gap further, isn't that right? Just a wee comment, question.
So the issue in that case essentially was that there was in front of one of the houses along the road, there was what they refer to in the judgment as a ménage, which apparently you may know better than me, but apparently that's somewhere where you keep horses and ride horses and things like that. The planning officers, in looking at the decision, had taken the view that the ménage formed part of the frontage of that dwelling house, and therefore wouldn't be considered as part of the gap. Whereas the court took the view that no, the ménage did not form part of the dwelling house's frontage, that the frontage stopped where the ménage started, and consequently the gap effectively was doubled in that case, from one that was approximately 55 metres to one that was 111 metres.
11, yeah. Thank you. Okay, members, any further comments or questions? Councillor McElduff.
Yep. I'm just wondering if, we make a decision on this, a determination, is it likely then to elicit the following comment from the planners? We've now set a standard for the definition of gap and lines, I presume that's the territory we're in, that from this point onwards, we'd want to be consistent in our interpretation, as has been advised previously, and I would want that as well.
So each application must be considered on its merits, and infill especially, you're never going to get another site that's going to be exact same as this. So if you go with the recommendation, which we would encourage as planning officers, that's fine. If you want to go against the recommendation, provided you come up with sound, clear, logical planning reasons why you think the application meets the plan strategy, then that's okay. That will not be set a precedent. But certainly in terms of planning decisions, we have had quite a few before the committee where that has been the key issue. And members have found it very, very difficult to get past the fact that you can drop 3 houses into the gap. That is the one that's challenging. Whether or not there's a pre-existing line of development on the ground is a judgment for you. And that's something you can make yourself. The key issue for me, though, is how we get past the fact that there's room for 3.
Councillor McLahry, go ahead.
Thank you. I think we've had a full full debate on this, and we're at this time where we make a decision. And whilst I can see the logic, I do know this road as well, and I can see where Councillor McElduff's coming from, and those that live up there. I think we're severely constrained by legal advice, and on this occasion I recommend we go with the officer's recommendations.
I want to make a contrary proposal. I want to propose that we approve the application and that we, in essence, overturn the recommendation of the planning officers in this matter. I think it's referred to in address terms as number 33. I would want to consider that as part of the gap. It diminishes the scope for further future development. I want to emphasise that the character of this area, that this would read as part of a line, and that the character of this area is already altered, you could say as well. I just want to put in that additional information by the presence of the wind farms and the quarries. But certainly as I drive along the Initiative Road, I would read that as part of the gap, and the gap is smaller as a consequence of interpreting that 33 is in the gap?
Go ahead, Darren.
Sorry, apologies. These infill applications are particularly dangerous in terms of judicial review members, so apologies for coming back to you on this, but I think just in terms of clarifying the reasons for that, if I just go back to the map, I suppose there, that's the best one. So 33 is, you can see the house is set back from the road. The member said number 33 diminishes the scope for further development. In terms then of the slide that shows there's room within the area on the drawing and on the ground for a building, could the member just sort of expand on how you think that, you know, you couldn't develop a house in there?
Possible to bring the policy?
I don't have it. No, I don't. I can give you a copy of it, remember, if you want. So I can read it out to you. So the infilling will be permitted within a line of buildings where the proposed site is a small gap suitable to accommodate only 2 dwellings within an otherwise substantial and continuously built up frontage, which will not detract from the rural character. So for the purposes of the policy, a substantial and continuously built up frontage is a line of 3 buildings, each with their own defined curtilage. So there's no issue that there's a line of buildings, each with their own defined curtilage. And the member has expressed his views on whether they read as a group and a link, and that's acceptable, that's fine. The question though is whether the proposed site is a small gap suitable to accommodate only 2 dwellings. And the key issue, as I say, is you're filling the gap between the buildings. And if we go back to the very first slide, I think it was. You can find it now. You're filling in the gap between the buildings, and that's the key bit of the policy. Infilling will be permitted within a line of buildings. So it's the building at one end to the building at the other end. That's the gap. And is there room within that gap for 2 or more houses?
I think in this debate, we've discussed whether 33 has been in the gap or not in the gap. And if you determine that it's in the gap, then the scope for development of more than 2 houses is reduced. The potential for more than 2 houses is reduced as a consequence of that. So I'm choosing to read that as part of the gap. That's my interpretation.
That's fine. Councillor Zay, I have to push on this because it may reduce the gap. You know, that's the language you're using there, but physically on the ground, it doesn't stop if I can find it out, it doesn't stop a house being built on that. If the site that 3rd building was the garden and it was the curtilage and the only bit of garden that the house had, then a reasonable argument could be made that they're never going to apply for a house on it because that's their garden space. This is not. This is an area of landscape lawn up at the road that really it's for amenity value, just the appearance of it. The house is further on down the lane, set back in off the lane with a large established curtilage around it, a large garden area. So there is no practical physical reason why a house couldn't be developed in that field where the red rectangle is. And I'm going to have to push the member for a reason why that 3rd one couldn't go ahead.
Well, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a lawyer. However, again, my local knowledge would tell me that's most unlikely to be developed. Most unlikely to be developed. That's all I can say in the matter.
I'd appreciate that. In terms of planner sitting here giving you advice today, members, you know, that's a red flag language in terms of a planning decision being made and interpretation of planning policy. I'd say if there's an approval on this site, whoever owns that field will go, oh, great, and they'll apply because that's what happens. And experience to date has shown that throughout all my career. So, but I respect your views and apologise, members, but we have to make sure we issue a sound decision. But ultimately it's your decision, members.
Thank you. So we have, that's a proposal, Councillor McAduff. We also have a proposal by Councillor McLahry. Councillor Devine Gallagher, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would be of the mind, I would probably have to concur with what Councillor McAduff has said there. Based on that, I'm going to second his proposal.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Did I see another hand raised there? No? You're okay? Still one of my assignment online. Councillor, is that Councillor Robinson or Rainey? Yeah.
I second Councillor McLaughley's proposal.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Councillor Maguire, I'll bring you in. We do have a proposal to take. Go
That's a
ahead.
direct negative, although.
Thank you, councillor.
Okay, Gormanger Kearney, thank you, Chair. If I could just ask through the Chair to Darren, we have seen many of these over the years, these where you have actually itemised that there is potential for 3 in an infill situation. Have we yet supported an application where you have demonstrated the potential for 3 houses? Because certainly I don't remember one, Chair. If you could give me that information, Chair.
Yeah, Darren.
Yeah, so from my recollection of doing this job now, we have had a few with the 3 red rectangles on them, and despite the best efforts of some councillors in particular, no, they have not been approved. Furthermore, the ones that have been refused have gone to appeal, and the PAC have totally agreed with the council's approach.
Okay, so members, we do have 2 proposals. I take the one that has been seconded first, which is Councillor McElduff's proposal, seconded by Councillor Devine Gallagher, and that is that we go contrary to the officer's recommendation and that we approve. And I would ask our members in agreement. No, not in agreement. So we'll ask for a show of hands then. I would ask everyone, first of all, online to lower their hand. Councillor Rainey, if you could just lower your hand there. Councillor Robinson. Yeah, that's it. I think that all is clear. So I would ask those in favour of Councillor McAduff's proposal to raise their hand now. Okay.
I'm against, Chair. You can't see my hand, I think.
Thank you, Councillor. No problem. Thank you. So
I'm
we
against
have in favour was Councillor McAduff, Councillor Campbell, Councillor McGrath and Councillor Devine Gallagher. I assume those not voting are against, unless they indicate otherwise. So that is, apologies. So that is, that proposal falls, and I will now take the proposal by Councillor McLaughlin, seconded by Councillor Rainey, and that's that we support the officer's recommendation to refuse. And I would ask for a show of hands in favour of this application at this juncture. And in favour is Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Mahan, Councillor Maguire, Councillor O'Reilly, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Rainey, and Councillor Robinson. And that has been carried. And I would ask Darren to sum up the application. Thank you, members.
Okay, members. So application number 4, LA10 2024-1026. Recommendation of officers was to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 3 reasons. Members have refused permission for those 3 reasons.
Thank you, Darren. And we're going to move on now to item 6. Apologies for that phone. I thought that was silent. Go ahead, Councillor Feely.
Sorry, Chair. I'll have to leave the meeting at this stage.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't like leaving the planning meeting, but I was supposed to be at the meeting at 6 and I thought it was 5:30, so apologies. Apologies. No, it's not. Sorry about that, case.
No problem. No
Chair.
problem.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, I have to leave the meeting now also. I have another thing to attend and then I'm going to a thing in the Greens after that, so I have to leave the meeting.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, thanks.
No problem, thank you. So item 6 on our agenda is to note the schedule of planning decisions issued in October 25, paper C. And this is paper C for noting.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And maybe just say a few words on paper C, members. So we've set out ordinarily, we set out the decisions that are issued within the paper, and we've got the breakdown there within 2.1. So it's just to say from now on, we're also going to include the PAD decisions issued and the PAN decisions issued, because there has been a great uptake in the PADs, far more than what we had anticipated when we brought in that service. So there is a lot of work involved in those, working with agents and scoping out the alternative options and the different proposals, and so it's just to reflect those within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. That's reflected in the report. Any Councillor O'Reilly?
Thanks, Chair. Can I maybe just, first of all, say that it seems to be a popular route that is being taken up by agents and applicants to help front load applications so that we're in a better position. Do we see, and I appreciate it's early days yet, but do we see then the positivities coming out of that to be able to make sure that we do have enough staff if that ramps up? And I'm happy to propose the note.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, members, I think we would see the positivity coming out of the PADs. We had an agent workshop last week, and Darren will know the detail a lot better than me, but there were some examples actually given by agents of how the PAD system actually worked and how they used it their advantage and got certainty and all. So certainly from our end, it would be positive, and we're getting positive solutions. I suppose with the ever increasing workload, members, we'll be looking at our resources just in terms of the estimates. So it'll be something we'll be considering. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Good to see that. And that's proposed. Councillor McLahry, go ahead.
Needs seconding the noting of it. I'll do that. And just to report that I was at a function where I was at with people it was to do with support, not planning, but they did mention that they find it very, very beneficial. And maybe in the long term, it might save us sitting here in long meetings. So the people at the other end are finding it beneficial. And if we can get them all to buy in now, it would be great instead of the usual faces.
That'd be good, yeah, indeed. So that's agreed there, noted. And item 7 is to note an update report on planning enforcement for October, and that's paper D.
Thank you, Chair. I'll maybe take paper E, Chair, the proposal of application notices, and just to give members some quick details on that. So there's 2 pre-application notices, members, that we've received, and are within the details are within the report. The first one then relates to the Lakelands Retail Park, and that's a proposed amendment to Unit 1 to permit the sale of food. And then the second pan then, members, is a proposed residential development, and that's within Enniskillen to the rear of 22 to 40 Algeo Drive. So it is good to see continuing supply of pans, members. So hopefully there's plenty of major applications in the pipeline in due course. Thank you, Chair.
So that was paper E, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yep. So proposed to note then, Councillor Mahan.
Yeah, so I may have to clear into this, not second pan. I'm just not 100% sure, but I'll not be taking part in a decision.
Yeah, no problem. We'll note that. Councillor Maguire proposed to note, and seconded by Councillor McLahry. And have we dealt with paper D yet? Oh, sorry, no problem. We'll go back to now paper D, which is item 7.
Yeah, apologies, Chair. I've got those papers mixed up. So in terms of planning enforcement then, members, so just really to set out, the details are within the report. 4 notices were issued in October, and I think it does show there's a lot of activity at the minute, and that's based just on our full complement. We've got our vacant post back, 1 member of staff back in place, so full complement enforcement team, and you can see the benefit of it. 19 enforcement cases were closed in October and 10 new cases opened, so I think that's the first time in a few months where we've had more cases closed than opened. And you can see that the case list there is now the lowest it's been since June. So going in the right direction, members, and I think the new enforcement strategy as well is making sure that those go through the process slightly quicker. We have also included their members within paragraph 2.6, which is convictions. And you'll note the detail within that. And I suppose it is just to point out, members, that even though there's been a successful outcome of a conviction in relation to that case, the case still is open. There's still a live case there, and that case will only be closed when there's a breach. The breach has been resolved. So it just shows I suppose the complexity and the fact that enforcement is at times prolonged and difficult to get the cases closed. So the target is more so orientated towards conclusions rather than the closure of cases. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. I know an individual was fined and then legal costs with £200 of legal costs and £60 and then the offender's levy. But there's a lot of time, and are those costs recoverable, or is that simply not under the legislation? Because there's a lot of officer time tied up in that, and I'm happy to propose the noting.
Yeah, it's a good question. Councillor McClary, it's a question I've asked as well about recovering those costs, and it doesn't appear that there's any scope within the current legislation to recover any more costs. And I think on that particular case, I think we were lucky to get the costs that we got, even though that they wouldn't be anywhere near what our true costs are.
You proposed to note by Councillor McClary and seconded by Councillor Rushing Devine. Gallagher, do you wish to second? Yep. Okay. Okay, so now item 9 is to note the report on planning appeal decisions in October, paper F. Paul will bring us through that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So paper FM members, there's been 2 appeal decisions. The first one was an appeal against an enforcement notice, which related to an alleged unauthorised erection of an underground slurry slatted tank. And you'll see the detail there within the report, members. The appeal was made under grounds F and G. Under ground F, then the appellant felt that the requirements in the notice were excessive, and the Commissioner actually agreed with the Council that they weren't. Under ground G, then the Commissioner did feel that the 30-day requirement or compliance period was excessive and extended that to 90 days. So the appeal was dismissed then, but the notice was varied. The second appeal then, members, is an application that would have been before the committee previously, an access onto the Kerr Road, the protected route. And you'll see the detail again within the report, members, that there was agreement to actually, as part of the appeal process, there was an agreement then to block up the entrance. So that entrance has now been removed and there's been vegetation planted. So successful outcome to that. The appeal did succeed as far as ground A was concerned on the remaining matters. But it was a good outcome for the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Darren. Councillor McElduff.
Just in respect of procedure, paper F, I presume this is the first time that the committee has ever had sight of these matters, these applications. It hasn't happened that this was discussed in any shape or form by the committee to date. This is the first time that those applications or appeals or reference numbers have appeared before us. Is that correct?
Yes, so in terms of the actual enforcement notices, those are delegated to officers, so they wouldn't have been before the planning committee, but that was also related to an application that was before the committee that Scott appealed the enforcement notice, so we had an application for that access before the committee, which we refused. We had then issued a notice, and the notice was appealed as well. So the detail within the planning appeal sort of goes through that, and the fact that there had already been a decision by the Planning Appeals Commission on the matter, but the actual enforcement notice wouldn't have been through the committee.
And just to ask further, how could these reappear before us in the future in any shape or form? would that be where somebody tries to regularise or a new application or something like that? Is that how it would appear again in the future?
Yes, I think in the first one there actually is an application which may come before the committee in due course. The second appeal there, the Scott appeal, if there was subsequently an application submitted in the future, then that might come before the committee as well. So,
Just how would the first one come before us again?
well, as I understand, there's an application in the first one which we're currently considering. So if I suppose if that went on the weekly list, members called it in, or it was something that we maybe because there's an enforcement notice on it, that might be one that'll come naturally to the planning committee just under the scheme of delegation. So there's a couple of different ways it could come before the committee.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yeah, I'm sort of reading into these, and it's not often we see them. The first one, the basic the concept is that they have to, the appeal was turned down, so they've got extra time and slightly a variation on it. And the other one, they still haven't got access, but they get to keep the pillars that they built as an art form on the main road, but not allowed to drive through them. So really, it's sort of backing up our decisions on this. I mean, it's as a committee, we have made the right decision, and it's basically pedantics. You know, it's whether he's built gates but he can't drive through them. You know, it's wonderful, yeah, and you get to keep them, but you're not getting access to the road, which was I can distinctly remember that one. The other one, I'm assuming this is an NAEA, the Environment Agency, waiting on a decision for a farmer. Farmers, that was holding that one up again as usual, or and is there more to? Well, I don't want to preempt what comes before us at a later stage, but somehow I have a feeling that some other government department may be heavily involved in this. But happy to note.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McClory. It's likely that it's been held up by NAA, but I think on the basis that it may come before the committee, there's no point getting sort of drawn on a discussion on it at this stage.
Okay. Councillor Devine Gallagher, do you want in?
Yeah, I just wanted to second the noting of the update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did we have a proposer to note? No, that's the question. Councillor McLaughlin. Okay, thank you, and that's been seconded. Okay, so that's item 9. So item 10 is to consider a report on the Department for Infrastructure consultation regarding the review of planning fees, paper G. Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And we had brought this, members, I think, previously as correspondence, just to flag it. And the department's issued this consultation on planning fees, but it is very focused on non-material changes in discharge of conditions. I think previously, as part of our own plan improvement programme, we were proposing to bring forward a fee in relation to those applications as well. So I think we had put a pause on that whilst this was going to potentially come through at a later stage. So you can see, members, the consultation's open to the 23rd of December. In general, I think we'll welcome the fact that there is the consultation, the opportunity to comment on it. We've set out a number of key points there, members, in paragraph 2.6. So it is important that the planning system is financially sustainable, despite assurances when planning functions transferred to council in 2015, they haven't transferred as a cost neutral service. And we would encourage DFC to review the amount of funding that councils get. I say we welcome the introduction of the fees, but we feel that it shouldn't be a flat rate fee. That should be proportionate to the nature of the application, and more major applications, which are more complex and challenging, those should have a greater fee than, say, a non-material change for a single house or an extension to a dwelling. And then we've set out within the detail of the report, then, members, other applications that we currently process for a zero fee. and some other opportunities for charging. So happy to take questions, Chair, but certainly that sets out what the general opinions of officers are. Thank you.
Any questions, or do you have a proposer to note? Proposed by Councillor O'Reilly, seconded by Councillor. Sorry, that's for a decision actually. You're happy to propose that for a decision, those consultation response? Councillor O'Reilly, yeah, happy enough, and Councillor McLaury, seconded. And that's agreed, recommendation agreed there. Okay, I think we are going to get finished, but we're not going to get finished necessarily by 1:15. So I would take a proposal to extend the meeting. I don't think it'll be needed for long, but just to keep us right. Councillor McAuliffe, seconded by Councillor Maguire. So that's just in case we may need it. So item 11 is correspondence. Paul, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, members, dealing with item 1 then, which is from the department, and that relates to the avian influenza prevention zone. So it's just notification that this zone is now covering the whole of Northern Ireland. And the purpose of the letter is just to remind us that there's permitted development rights to allow the erection of buildings necessary for the housing of poultry and other captive birds to protect them from avian influenza. And those rights require the developer to notify us within 14 days of commencing development. And then upon the conclusion of it, that those would be then removed again. So it's just really to bring it to members' attention in case there's any queries, and DFI's issued that. So it's just for noting, members.
Okay, members, as for noting, proposed Councillor Maguire, seconded by Councillor Mahan.
The second one then, Chair, is in relation to the Planning Improvement Programme and an update of development plan practice notes. And we've flagged this previously, members. So the department then has issued a number of new development plan practice notes where there are updates, one to the statement of community involvement, one to the timetable, and one in relation to the preferred options paper. So they've sent that on to us. I think the changes focus mostly on minor and typographical changes, but members will bring a more substantive report to the LDP steering group in this matter, just setting out what the potential implications are for us moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
And I'll take a proposal to note at this stage, if you're happy. Councillor Maguire, and seconded by Councillor Mahan. Thank you. Item 11.2 then is to note correspondence from Cavan County Council dated 12th November 25 regarding the renewable energy strategy consultation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and members. This was discussed at last month's planning committee, and we issued a response to that consultation. And if members remember, Cavan County Council and their consultants are up had offered the invite of a meeting. And so we went back as agreed with members and said that we were willing to have a meeting. So subsequently then Cavan County Council has been in touch, members, just to say that I suppose they felt it would be premature at this stage to have a meeting with our members because their members haven't been briefed yet, and it's really an engagement between officers. So I suppose it's really to seek your agreement, members, that we would, as officers, meet with them in the first instance. We would update you, and then there would be a potential meeting with members in due course.
Happy with that, Chair. I'll propose.
Seconded by Councillor Rainey, thank you. Okay, and we have some other correspondence here.
Thank you, Chair. So we have two items of other correspondence. The first one is from Agenda NI, and members, it's for noting. So it's their Digital Government Conference 2025, which is to be held on the Wednesday, the 3rd of December at the Titanic in Belfast. So for noting, Chair.
Thank you. Proposal to note, Councillor McAuliffe, seconded by Councillor Devine Gallagher. Yeah, thank you. We have another point 2, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So the next piece of other correspondence then is from Department for Communities, Historic Environment Division, and it's really, they are coming back to us really to confirm in relation to the 9 structures that they had previously notified us on in terms of listing, that they now have actually been listed. They're added to their list of buildings of special architectural or historic interest. And it's really, again, just for noting, Chair.
Thank you, Sinead. Proposed note, Councillor McDuff, seconded by Councillor McCloughery. And now moving on to any other relevant business.
Chair, I don't have any AOB in the context of this part of the meeting, but I do have a legal matter to update whenever we are in confidential business.
Yeah, okay, thank you. In that case, I'll take a proposal to go into confidential. Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor McAduff. Thank you. And we'll just ask Sinead to give a summary.
Thank you, Chair. So while in confidential business, members received an update in relation to confidential correspondence dated the 13th of November from the Department of Communities regarding early warning notice for advanced listing, and members also received an update in relation to a legal matter.
Thank you. And that brings our meeting to conclusion. Thank you, members. Thank you, officers. And thanks to our IT team as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Nice.